Good evening, everyone. What's up? So good to see you all. PK and Afaro, thank you both so much for popping in. Hope you're both having a wonderful, wonderful day. Back again with some more Guild Wars 2. And let's dive right on into getting our gold farm on with some Magic Mirror unboxings, as it were. And thank you for the hydrate. Definitely needed today. Been a great day so far. We caught up with some friends in the city today. But it is also very, very hot today. So we're feeling very overexposed in terms of the sun, but it's really good. Let's go grab. Boop. Nice. And also, our dishwasher has completely thrown in the towel. That dishwasher is now gone. So we had to go and pick up a new one today. So did a very big adult thing. Bought another kitchen appliance, so that should be delivered in the next few days, which would be very good because I've been doing the dishes by hand for about a week now, and whew, it takes some time. So looking forward to finally getting that. But how has everyone's start to the week been? I actually haven't done this for quite a while. Oh, nice. That's good. Actually lets us sort of take stock. Oh, it's a rare Rampage's ring. Interesting. Sven, how are you going? Great to see you. I literally got mithril ore from that exotic. That's some nonsense right there. Okay, let's just keep on cycling through. I think we'll probably spend a bit of time on Mechanist today. What was Rush tomorrow? I think it is, in which case, yeah, that's going to be a really good one to get in on. Because yeah, on Wednesday we'll be doing Raid Shenanigans on NA. But after that, diving into World vs. World will be great, because then, yeah, we should be able to grab ourselves a few gifts of battle, because we need many. And other things as well we've also done, we've disabled the boon table add-on, because according to the logs, when we were having some crashes, that might have been causing some issues. And we've just testing random things. Now, we're on a super old version of, like, Proton G. We're on, like, 8.32, just to see, like, if we can make it through entire stream without a crash with like Arc DPS running, I will consider that a win. Your stockpile of the Bob's Blood supply boxes from Gobblers for the Rush, that's a good idea. But yeah, so hopefully we can keep things as stable as possible. I definitely do want to dive into some fractals now. I've been having a great time with those. I think we're super close as well to actually crossing over 30k UFE, which is super exciting. After that, and Vagabond, welcome in. Something you never consider, you don't want Arc DPS so you never get crashes. It probably is it. I think potentially, like we're doing the old, you know, chat GBT, and I was suggesting that network error people have been having issues with the boon table add-on, but Arc DPS is pretty stable. Okay, just we said that's a network error. That's a different one. That's fine. Let's just stop that. Yep. Exit the game. Bring it back up. Network error is different. Oh, you want to cache shaders, do you? I might even just let you do that. We're at like 33% now since I started that. Give that a minute. 34, 35, 36. Oh, well, hang on. Let's go. Do I have just Josh? Oh, hang on. I got to actually, yeah. Seems called something different there. That's okay. It's at 50%. Nice. And today you saw there was an infusion available for Tyrion defenses. Oh, nice. So what gobbler is that for? That is really cool. This is Vulcan shares. I wonder if that actually... It's probably because we're on like a super old version of Proton. But thank you, Jess. Yes, man, it's a wonderful dinner. We have the chicken puff pie that she made last week. It is so good. So excited to have some more of that. Thank you. Any interesting books you've been reading recently? The one I most recently finished reading was The Lost Metal by Brandon Sanderson. We finished off the entire Mistborn Era 2. So we're now fully up to date with that, which is super fun. Really, really enjoyed that. So I'm sort of in between books right now. I'm tossing up going back and finishing, or continuing on with the Wheel of Time, because I'm partway through book 10. I think we're at the... Howdy, fine, Jess. You've got some food there. I was going to say something, I forgot. Oh yes, I'm sort of in between books right now, so I'm tossing up if I go and finish off the Wheel of Time, because we're partway through book 10, so I think we're in the last book of what's coined the slump. Because, yeah, I'm glad I haven't had to wait for the release of each of the Wheel of Time books, we just have them all. But, yeah, people weren't wrong, the slump is quite real. I'm keen to get to the point where Brandon Sanderson sort of takes over after Robert Jordan's untimely death, just because I think I enjoy Sanderson's writing style a bit more. And Shmuel, you were pleasantly surprised by Mistborn Era 2? That's good. Yeah, it was super fun. It didn't hit the highs, I think, of the first era of Mistborn, but it was still really good. The fact that these books were shorter meant they were much quicker paced. Because, yeah, in the original Mistborn books, I think you do run into the issue of can be a little bit slow to start with, not as much as it is with the Stormlight Archive, and then you get the Sanderlanche that comes in at the end and everything just like happens all at once. Whereas I feel like with Mistborn Era 2, because they were shorter, it's just much more consistently paced, I think. New Dresden Files book comes out like tomorrow. Oh, hell yeah, Drew, that's awesome. I do need to read Dresden Files at some point as well. The 10 Iron Maw Gobbler section has the infusion. Okay, I might look into that, because I don't think I actually have that Gobbler. Stop moving. Oh, some of these are super weird. Hang on. There we go, got him. You might see how many Tyrion defense seals I have. And also, is anyone aware of any network connection issues that could come as a result of an older Proton version? You foolishly got Book 5 Stormlight Archive from the library before realizing you never read Book 4. Oh, that's a bit rough. You're definitely going to have to go back and read Book 4. I think that's definitely required in this case. I enjoyed the entire Stormlight Archive. I think I've heard like reviews on Book 5 have been like a little bit more mixed than the others, but I really enjoyed it. I found it very satisfactory, and I'm super excited for the second half of Stormlight Archive when that comes out. Yeah, reading books in the right order is overrated. No, yeah, underrated. Start in the middle, jump to the end, and then work your way back. It's going to be great. But you also start from the last page of the last book and then just read it in reverse from bottom up. Is it worth doing the obscure chest after doing the mirror, or is the mirrors good enough? This is definitely the case of the mirrors good enough for the sheer lack of time that this takes. You can get more profit by going and doing the actual chest. And I think if you have... I think it's better like if you have one character and you do all the mirrors and you do the relevant chests afterwards. You can get really good gold from doing that. But I'm doing it this way because I've got characters just parked here and then I don't have to worry about re-parking them. Mano, thank you so much for the follow. And PK, it's kind of worth it to do the medium chests afterwards, small ones not so much. That makes sense. Yeah, the medium ones I think are pretty good value. I think I do actually need some footage of me processing and identify gear as well, so I will do that. Andrew, you just started Glenn Cook's new Black Company series. Nice, I haven't heard of that. How are you enjoying it so far? but I'm definitely being helped out by having a lot of ults right here. Okay, my FPS is around about where I would expect it, even on super old Proton. We'll see how it goes. Grab that. Where are we at with the weeklies now? Certain risks or group hunts. We can get good value from that. Complete a convergence or fractal. Just do like fractals. Oh man, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, there are trails like shiny metas which are easy to follow and get you around 100 rares for 15 minutes of work. Yeah. So like, especially if you have one character, you could spend, 15, 20 minutes. If you're a bit slow, maybe like half an hour. It's really good gold, actually. I remember a while ago, just after they got nerfed, I did a run of doing them, and it was good gold. Okay, let's see. To the legendary rank. 100 Cryptus or Bandit, so that will be done by doing Rift Hunts. That also ticks off on the events. Oh yeah, super easy weeklies this week. Yeah, that's getting done. That's good value. Glenn Cook's Black Company began in like the 80s, one of the progenitors of the grimdark mercenary genre that inspired like Malzahn Book of Fallen. That's really cool. Now I'll go Control H, hide that. It's good. I actually do need to process some gear. Oh, hi Eddie. What are you doing, sweetie? Is that button going to work? Oh, it is. Nice. Did you grab your frozen treat and put it there? I think you did. Okay, let's go. Track that right about there. And where is my button to start recording? Hey, there it is. Nice. Delanda, hi, I've been doing T12 Fractals of Quickness Harbinger and want to go more the support route. I saw a Scourge healing bit around. Is it still viable or are there better options? Yeah, Heal Scourge is still great. Still a great build. You also have Heal Harbinger. And then you can cover off on both the Heal Quickness and the Heal Lack. So yeah, Heal Scourge is great. No issues with it. Just a very, very solid healer. Did I say Heal Harbinger? I meant Heal Ritualist. I might have misspoke. Definitely not Heal Harbinger. Heal Ritualist is the actual good healing option. Heal Ritualist is more of a... Now, Heal Harbinger is really hard to keep track of them. Heal Harbinger is a meme build. Heal Ritualist is a good build. Haven't got the newest expansion yet, considering it. I definitely recommend it. Like, Ritualist, I will get there. We will get there at some point. Ritualist is really good. And honestly, all the new specs are really good in their own ways. Heal Reaper when? Yeah, just put like healing on wells. You just take the heal well and hope that the rest of your team doesn't take any damage. Oh, we'll probably actually finish off stuff for Fractal Rush as well. Very exciting. Okie dokies.
I've attained the awesome.
What you doing there, Addy? Yeah, destroying that. I can hear you. Let's grab 6. Let's process some gear that has built up.
You never have too much treasure.
There we go, a bunch of ectos. I'm going to try and not gamble them away.
This is most remarkable.
We won't have to try that hard.
Never have too much treasure.
Okay, we're going to deposit all that. Alright. We'll probably do some other gold farming things in the meantime. That, what I might do. Let's get our rifting done, actually. And if we run some XP boosts, it's actually going to be a very good Spirit Shard farm, and it's going to tick off our weekly, which is, in its own way, great gold. I always feel like Condi Reaper is a build that just accidentally exists. Like one of those builds they never really planned on existing, but just by sheer force of will, the community made it exist. Oh, they lost its world finishes in this patch, so it's slightly nerfed. Oh no, it's actually rough. Not okie dokies. Encryption keys, always buy these 20 a day if you can. And let's also crack out our gobblers. I like to use me gobblers. Yeah, just juice that. Get 2 hours of boost. Oh yeah, let's do some snowflake gobblers. Nice. Building stone. I literally have 250. Nice. Okay. Here I might actually run... We might do power conduit. And might even just run the quickness version. Yeah, that will be fine. Scorp, what's up? Great to see you, mate. Okay, let's go hit up Mistburn Barrens, because this is like the spot for farming rifts. Eddie, what you doing there? Oh no, you're good. I'm good, she's just licking that ice. No worries. Just checking she's not consuming the plastic. Yeah, it's wild that we're actually in an age where Herald has been power crept by everything. Give Herald easier access to stability, and then it's kind of fixed. Hold up, where are we going? I'm gonna guess it's a coin flip out this way. Nope, it's out this way now. Yeah, we definitely do need a fair amount of boom duration to make this really tick. That's good. These are actually a very good way for us to consume our dinner as well. He says as he drops chicken over him. Okay. Just having some access to quickness, though, is fantastic. That's good, because each of these will count as 2 events. Yeah, power Q DPS wants 36% plus boom duration. Yeah, I think when I was testing it the other week, I was doing it around about sort of 50%, and it was like really cushy, so I could definitely stand to go down. But yeah, I'm just doing it so I've got a little bit of quickness. Your Condi wants 45 plus here, honestly. I tend to just run like 50, so you've got a bunch of leeway.
That's how it's done.
Love that we actually have the enchanted roller beetle now. Oh no, I've got staff. Staff is not great sword. Yeah, Condi can run ritual, so not much of a problem. Yeah, super easy for Condi, because then you can just run the same gear set as you can run for like Condi-Alack Ritualist as well. The power build needing a sizable amount of boon duration does make it annoying to gear. For most people who don't have full legendary. It's true, staff can be made to look like a scythe. You're not wrong. I don't even have a second sigil on it. Oh no. And I'm in combat.
I've attained the awesome.
Man, that spirit shard. It's so good for spirit shards. It really, really is. But we're definitely going to be running some World vs. World over next week. And yeah, we'll finish off our fractal stuff as well. Our fractal rush shenanigans.
I demand that you release me.
Got your fractal rush stuff done on Sunday. Nice. I do like having these little rush events scattered throughout. The fractal one is the least rewarding of the three, I think. PvP one's great, World vs. World's great, because like the insane reward track progress is really good. Fractal run is a bit lower on the reward scale though. You should be doing fractals anyway for gold. Yeah, EOD reward track's very worthwhile, by the way. Nice. I think that's the one I tend to do, especially when PvP comes around. World vs. World, though, just has to be the Gifted Battle. Oh, you get Antique Summoning Stones at Final Chest now. Nice. And once again, we go another day without succumbing to the acronym. I was definitely having an easier time on the Condi conduit on Ceres. The power one, I found it's a simple rotation in concept, but it's quite fast paced, and if you miss a few things, it does get quite punishing in terms of DPS. There is still as well the old version of the build that still runs Misfire, and it's still got like a 47k bench, which that is an incredibly good DPS benchmark, and honestly it's still a bit too high. Should actually tick off like 10 events. And even just doing all the reward tracks to unlock all the relics is really good value as well. Or else they're going to be tied to, you know, doing some achievements and stuff like that. So that can make your life easier as well. Thank you, Jess, for dinner. That was amazing. Plus, when you were replaying the VOE story for achievements, and nice, how was that going? Is it just for general achievement hunting, or are you working on something in particular? I love the fact that Hexeater Vortex is 5 Condi removal. That's solid. Unlocking the relics, great. Yeah, I need to actually go through and unlock all the relics. We've got all the ones we kind of need. We're just getting some of the niche ones left. But just from a completionist perspective, it's going to be really good to get all of them done. I like all the ports that are baked into this build. It does make it feel very snappy and engaging to play in open world. Also, did you first stream too? Oh, excellent. Congratulations, Sven. That's amazing. Go on, I should go check out Sven's Twitch channel. How did your first stream go? Make sure I drop your follow as well. Hell yeah. Very well, glad to hear that. Yeah, so what did you get up to on your first stream? That is a bunch of things done. So now we can go Central Terrier Squads, Specs Laboratory. Just doing a story in flax farming. That sounds good. Sounds like a nice way to ease into streaming. And how'd you find it, doing your first stream compared to just, typically playing the game as you would? And were there any tech issues that had to be resolved? That's good. I'm glad. That's great to hear. Okay, so we've done all that. We didn't do Cryptus, we did the wrong one. No, we could just do like more rifting then. You're not used to talking so much for so long though. That is true. It is a big change, and it's not uncommon, yeah, for your voice to start to go after a while. I definitely found that as well, something I still get used to. It especially hits me whenever we do a really, really long stream, especially around, drops time or a new expansion or anything like that. My voice is usually gone for a few days. What you doing, sweetie? Oh, that's great. You had PD and Astro in there. I'll definitely keep an eye out for when you are live next. So hopefully I can catch one of your streams. That would be fantastic. And we can always convert these Rift Essences into Imperial Favor as well. You might have been asleep still. That's true. It always is a bit tricky with the Australian time zone. It doesn't tend to gel too well with the NA time zone, but I'll try and catch them like when and if I can. Oh, I can turn back on Arc actually. My burst damage is solid as a rock. Oh, thank you, Jess. I do have Addy Cam on. That should be working. Oh, you're only 1.5 hours behind you? Oh, okay. Are we actually that close? Okay, that's good. I mean, Jess and I are massive night owls anyway, so there's a good chance we actually could still be asleep. No tech issues, that's great. No, Sydney, oh yeah, great. No, that's actually like perfectly fine for me to catch then. Hell yeah. Yeah, I got a bit confused because you always like play on NA. But that's amazing. Glad you had no tech issues. Yeah, Addie's very much enjoying her frozen treat right now, Jess. Yeah, we'll go nuke as many Cryptus as possible. Glad she's enjoying her frozen treat. Yeah, I can hear her. She's having the best time gnawing on it. I was just checking before to make sure she wasn't devouring the actual, I don't know, like the problem with the frozen treat delivery system, but she's doing well. Okay. Daily's done. But yeah, like, look at that burst damage. It's solid. Let's wait till we can get out of combat. Amnitas is the best way to farm Cryptus. Port to Central Waypoint, Griffin, call it a day. I think it's down here. Yeah. A little thing they're saying we killed 50 Cryptus, and very nice. But yeah, I think even just power quickness conduit with Relic of Zakharos, it's going to feel really nice to play in open world. The burst damage is amazing. It's got quickness, it has Condi Cleanse. Zakharos will give it a good amount of sustain. I think you're going to be having a very good time with it. Oh, we're still going, are we? And yeah, I think at that point, yeah, you'll still want to run Divine Skill. You want to hit the boon duration threshold anyway. A Flax Farm and Herald's better. Oh yeah, it's just easier access to boons. Yeah, like Herald's still insanely good for that. It's just on this you'll actually have pretty monstrous burst damage. Let's drag that about there. So we'll keep an eye if we don't have any Arc DPS crashes tonight. Because if we can just narrow that down for a long period of time, we might have narrowed it down to the boon table. Herald Full Zerk stats and Relic of Speed, yeah, that will be solid as a rock. We'll just keep going until we can tick off the... Tick off the Cryptus farming. Let's just see where we're at. Okay, we're actually a bit of a ways away from that, but that's fine. This will still be very, very useful.
to fight at your side.
A good thing about this as well is that it can basically just press the quickness button instantly in combat, so that's nice. It's not like you're having to ramp up to quickness in any way. It's a very good thing about Power Conduit. Let's try and nuke some of these. Yeah, we might start converting some of that Rift Essence soon. Can I be quick and put Severance? I did a thing. Oh, now the autocast in F5. That does sound very interesting. There's so many builds right now that we have the choice to play, so it's really hard to decide on any given day, you know, what are we actually playing today. So I broadly feel like Conduit's in a pretty good spot now. It now feels, especially with the trait Enhanced Embodiment, the one that shortens the cooldown of your Legend Swabs, it feels really distinct from all the other Revenant specs, because it can do things that no other Revenant spec can do. Also, the new GM trait in Arcane or Endless Slaps Hard. Nice. What does that new trait do?
That you release me.
This one does take a minute to actually complete this step. Gives you stacks from attunement swap. With 50 attunement swap, it gives quickness plus 20% damage increase. Damn, that's a big bonus right there. Haven't played too much Ellie though recently. I should have just done this, because then I could have gotten everything done. How many task incursions are done? What's that there? We killed many Cryptus and Amnitas. Okay, must be getting close with our Cryptus killing now. 75. Maybe one or two more riffs and we'll get there. Oh, Faro, what's up? Nice. That's good. Loading up on some more spirit shards. Love to see it. I am ever watching and I am eternal.
We become one.
Damn, the amount of experience we're getting is pretty high. Far I'm not far. I'm Alka. How you going, mate? Yeah, if it's not this one where we tick off on our Cryptus demolishing, farming spirit shards. Spirit shards are just an accidental benefit right now. We're farming Cryptus to get the weekly done. Just so happens we're also getting... thanks, just would love to hear it. It just so happens that spirit shards are very plentiful in this. I should probably actually just sit on staff while I'm doing this. The burst damage is still sizable enough that it doesn't matter. There we go. We've got Doom Scythe now. Oh no. It's good. I guess we're gradually chipping away at Staff Master, which I think is a fine thing to do. That's one nice thing about Rifts is the fact you can just farm them endlessly. Hey, thank you, Alka. I appreciate that. Cool, that will take care of that section of the weekly. So then we'll just finish off the last one with a round of fractals, and we'll probably tick off a legendary rank enemy as well. So that's pretty sweet. Love to see it. Let's consume everything here. And we might also go to Lear. Two major destinations. Take me to the tower. I don't think we have any real use for essence now. Essence exchanges. Yeah, just buy as many as is humanly possible there. Okay. Some of those. Nothing can be done there. Nothing super valuable there. And here, use up everything there. That's some nice loot. Cool, we are building up a nice stockpile of those, which is nice. Okay, cool. I'm going to take a quick break and stretch my legs, and we'll see everyone in a few minutes. Sit tight. Oh, and Angry, smart designer from A-Net who worked on VOE maps. Put down ley lines that take you from waypoint straight to motivate. That is great. Very good design. And Newman, good morning to you. Great to see you as well. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. If you're struggling with making gold in Guild Wars 2, I've got you covered. Here's exactly how I make enough gold to fund multiple legendaries while still playing all the content that I enjoy. Today we're covering the 6 main ways that I make gold in Guild Wars 2. At the end of the day, gold is everything in Guild Wars 2. It's how you upgrade your gear, buy materials for crafting, and it's how I purchase anything I need from the gem store. Once you learn how to make gold, everything in Guild Wars 2 opens up to you. Right now, I'm in the process of crafting a set of legendary armor and 4 legendary trinkets for my second account. So farming gold has been front of mind for me recently. So today I'm going to be walking you through what I do to make gold, how I get value from all the different currencies I farm, all while still playing the content that I enjoy. Let's dive in. Truly one of the easiest ways to make gold, accessible to all players, especially those with limited playtime, Astral Acclaim and the Wizard's Vault. Now the Wizard's Vault replaced the old daily login system we used to have before Secrets of the Obscure, but it's even more profitable than what came before. By doing simple daily, weekly and special achievements, you'll load yourself up with Astral Acclaim, which you can then exchange for all sorts of rewards. I've made a separate video about how to best spend your Astral Acclaim, which is linked in the description, but here are some of the best items to buy. We've got Mystic Coins, the bags of gold for 6 Astral Acclaim, Laurels, heavy crafting bags, the bags of coin for 35 Astral Acclaim. You can also buy the Legendary Starter Kit, which is insane value. Here you could either craft a certain legendary to keep or sell on the trading post. I always recommend getting this as crafting legendaries is another huge source of my gold. Mystic Clovers are also great, as chances are as a Guild Wars 2 player you're going to need them eventually. The chests of Ascended Gear are also worth quite a bit, especially for new players. At the end of the day, if you want a surefire way to make gold, do your Wizard's Vault achievements, and you're going to be rolling in it in no time. Now, if you've been playing Guild Wars 2 for a while, chances are you have multiple characters. Some of them might even be gathering dust as we speak. So instead of leaving them alone to bask in the looming existential dread of existence, we could instead park them at useful locations. On my EU account, because I've slowly been working towards a set of Obsidian Legendary Armor, I have most of my spare characters parked at Greater Arcane chests in Secrets of the Obscure maps. This gives me a small amount of the map currency each day, as well as ancient coins and pieces of gear. I have other characters parked at End of Dragon's hero points for the free Imperial favor and gear each day. And I also have a few characters parked at chests in Bureau Marches for the Eternal Ice Shards. These are super useful because you can exchange Eternal Ice for Living World Season 4 materials, which you can use for either Vision or Skyscale, both of which I'm currently working on, or you can just consume these materials for volatile magic, then buy trophy shipments in Living World
Season 4 maps, which are insanely profitable. For only a few minutes of logging into characters each day, this generates a surprising amount of gold, materials, and currencies. I've included a link to the fast farming page on alt parking, which gives a nice breakdown of profitable places to park your characters. The more characters you have, the better alt parking is going to be for you. Now, each day I play, I farm my home instance or homestead, as well as any guild halls that I have access to. For a short period of time farming, this is going to give you a ton of materials, which you can either sell, use for crafting, or consume for things like volatile and unbound magic. Your home instance or homestead, if you have the Janthia Wilds expansion, can be upgraded to include all sorts of different gathering nodes. To fully upgrade your home instance, including everything on the gem store, it would cost you just over 10,000 gold, which is absolutely mind-bending. Fortunately though, you don't need to do this yourself. Just keep an eye on the in-game LFG and look in the central Tyria party section and see if anyone is offering a full home instance or homestead. This means they have a fully upgraded home instance and they want to share it with the world. Simply enter, farm all the materials, and leave. As of right now, farming a full home instance is going to get you over 10 gold worth of materials, which is very nice for a few minutes work. Similarly, if you're a member of a guild which has gathering nodes unlocked, you can log in each day and farm them for a nice amount of extra materials. If you're a member of different guilds, which each have a different level of the synthesis output guild upgrade, you can even farm the nodes from each guild hall again. Just remember they need to have different levels of this output upgrade. Even if you just do this with a single guild hall, it's a nice amount of profit. Now, I like to get even more value from this excessive gathering by using the glyph of volatile magic on my gathering tools, which you can select when you get most of the permanent gathering tools from the gem store. Now, you can get a set of temporary volatile magic gathering tools from Living World Season 4, but the permanent ones are a huge quality of life bonus. This makes it so that whenever you gather, you'll get extra volatile magic, which you can then spend on trophy shipments for extra gold. This really amps up the value from what's only a few minutes of work. Now, earlier I mentioned I park multiple characters at End of Dragon's hero points to farm Imperial Favor. Whenever I get enough Imperial Favor, or the map specific writs, 1000 Imperial Favor in total, I craft an End of Dragon's precursor weapon. This will give me anywhere in the realm of 60 to 90 gold.
And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, I feel like now might be a nice time to dive on into some fractals. So let's obviously Coward and his wife's account are still in fractals, which is nice. Would not mind blasting some CMs right now. A heal plus DPS. Could I A heal? The answer is yes. Just don't particularly want to. See, minus 100 A heal DPS. If we are a healer, we are good. You want to steal ahead? As in, like, do you want to come along? Because, yeah, we are on EU right now. Oh, a heal? No, that's all good. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I need to then suss out where an A healer is. Which... can do Luminary. Luminary solid as a rock. Sparrow, what's up? Welcome in, mate. It was great to see you today. Had a wonderful time catching up with you. How are you going? How was the rest of your day? Well, it's tossing up. Do we A heal or do we DPS right now? And it's a real big conundrum. Okay. Let's go. Do I just eat it and go A heal? It's probably going to ensure things go pretty smoothly. Let's do it. We're overthinking. Enemy progression. D, A, nope, slash P. A heal. Oh, let's go back from mini golf and arcades off Alpha Didn't. Oh, nice. Whereabouts should you go from mini golf? Was that Holy Moly by any chance? The Chrono just became your fractal healer parking? Nice. Like, Chrono's insanely good at it. Hell yes, bro. That sounds fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it was Holy Moly. Nice. Yeah, that's like a super good one to go to in Adelaide. I'm glad you had a nice time. Yeah, let's go Luminary. Like, Luminary's great. We need to just do. We can give everyone stability. We have a bajillion CC. Pretty chill to play. Think this one has infusions. I'm mostly sure it has infusions. Let's check. That's a heal build. That's Heal-a-Lack Lumi. It has many agony resistance. Cool. But it was great catching up with you and your partner today. It was fantastic. Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to do it. You don't know what you like better out of Heal-a-Lack Luminary or Paragon. I mean, they're both really good. I feel like I might like Luminary a bit more just because it has all the insanely good Guardian utility, whereas my Paragon still has amazing utility, particularly in the elite skill, the Will Never Yield. That's very useful. Just making sure we try and hydrate as much as possible, because yeah, the sun in Adelaide today was pretty rough. Gee, I just throw my food down. There we go. And here. And were there any changes to Paragon Stab? And what do we have? Okay, so I presume we've got a Q DPS Herald. Soul Beast, which is great for frackies. Might struggle a bit on Silent Surf, but honestly, as long as we can just make it through Silent Surf intact, should be fine. I might just check that I've got mostly Harrier's gear.
Sharper still.
Yeah, screw it. I might just set... that's fine. I've got some Harriers there. I just want like a bit of damage, which I think I should be able to get. And there we go.
What happened to them?
I didn't give Party Stab, even if it said it did. Okay, well, I hope that got actually fixed.
I see. Something in the dark. Aria? How?
CC. Perfect, let's go in here. A very stylish jump dodge off the edge. Here, because we've got a Herald, I'm literally not going to need any more quickness. I might take Signet of Courage instead. Bit more CC here could be quite good with Daring Advance. Although I don't think it's actually going to be particularly useful.
We can begin.
We got a little bit dicey there. Oh, someone's. Okay, yeah, they got the thing. Oh, we've got all our boons ripped. Very sad. Turn off snap target here. go. Many conditions removed, which is good. I need to set up the actual arc DPS boon table. Give ourselves some stab. Someone died to that. Lovely chubbly. They're going to say they're going to orb. Oh, get out of dodge there, or we lost all our boons. They don't have an orb. Keep that off them. We've got to try and get our friend up. Okay, now we actually need to go and do a mechanic. Well, we successfully did that. Okay, let's try and keep our friend alive. There we go. Is there going to be a World vs. World Rush after Fractal Rush I'm taking? Yes, there should be. Okay, we're doing pretty well on Alacrity, which is nice. Well, I presume. I haven't got the boon table up. No way to tell. Run this way. There we go, and someone died to that. That's our quickness. They've got an orb. This fractal is like the sink for revive orbs. It goes off. Big old heal. Yep. Just chill here. Yeah. Oh, no, I don't want that mechanic.
Shadow into my nightmare.
Okay. There we go. We're back in business now. Sidestep that. Keep these off.
Never felt better. Endurance deficiency.
Need to see someone who's a bit low. There we go.
Getting healthy.
Keep those. Oh boy. Oh, this fractal is definitely one of the more cursed ones.
The light renews.
There we go. Let's get them up now. Let's just get them up, get them up. There we go. Okay, now we're in business. Oh, I don't really want a mechanic, but I'll take it. That's a very far away one. Okay, well, we successfully did that. Do we need to actually do this? Nope, screw it. Sub 33, I don't actually think we need to. Oh, that hurt. Okay. This is definitely one of the fractals of all time. This would be really fun if it was about half the length. The spinning blades, mind you, of Umbriel, absolutely. Yeah, here we go. Like, we can honestly just kind of blast now. Let's just run to the edge of the arena. And look. And the healing output is pretty wild. There's check saying with enough boon duration power can upkeep permanent stab just from weapon swapping using F1 burst. That's nice. Hey Fermi, welcome in, mate. Great to see you. Sit here, chill, contemplate your words and deeds.
Never felt
Ignore this mechanic. Yeah, maybe get a cheeky CC off there. We got him. And Pi, welcome in first time. It's great to have you here. Do you prefer Lumi over Heal Firebrand? Like, they both satisfy different boons, so you use them sort of in conjunction with each other. I'd probably say Lumi feels more satisfying to play, and it's definitely simpler to play, and the healing output is insane. I think it's overall easier to play than Heal Firebrand. Heal Firebrand, I think, has more tools. Like, you have Reflex, you've got great amounts of Condi Cleanse. Stability Axe is about the same on both, I think. Nice, we got there. What do we get here? Oh, is that a daily? Okay. Not bad. I mean, here I might just run even more CC. Boon, L, DPS right. So DPS right, support left.
But you need to leave. I said leave. I want you.
Right, we should be ramping light now. Right, just ignore the mechanics. Hopefully the DPS... I don't think DPS is going to be to the point where we can comfortably skip mechanics. Yeah, we are nowhere near skipping the mechanics. Well, we're doing mechanics then. Oh, did I not even get that? Shoot. Let me get that, please. Oh, it's gonna go bad. Okay, good, we're fine. Like, if you play Firebrand, Lumi is, like, easier. Like, both are great. Mesmer, I think, is overall still in a bit of a stronger spot, especially from a PvE perspective. But both are great, honestly, and the fact that they both actually have specifically projectile reflex is incredibly useful. Got legendary fractal gloves on an alt account. Can't believe how easy made for new players to get legendary. Oh yeah, it's so good. Oh wow, we're really not close to skipping this mechanic either. Yeah, nullification sigil, that's about your only option. 35, 34, 33. Wow, that was getting a little bit tight. Let's go over this way. Oh boy. It just terrified everyone there slightly. It was great. Budget Gamer, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, remove the fear of wasting. Yeah, then you just accept that you are wasting. That's true. I mean, we can CC basically instantly with it, which is good fun. How about trying to get some Ascender gear to put an AR to farm higher fractals? It's a great choice of things to do. Definitely worth your time. This one's definitely going to stretch our healing. Nah, screw it, let's just blast. This fractal definitely becomes a lot harder if you don't have high DPS. Yeah, I'd probably say... If you gave me one to play, I'd probably play Firebrand more,
Just get worse.
I think.
You deserve this. No.
It's ever so slight, though. Both are great.
Armor enhanced. Accelerated.
Especially with the tomes, I think Firebrand just has so many tools available to it.
Eliminate. Rage at maximum.
This phase, it doesn't really matter about our DPS. We honestly got through the hard phase of the fight.
Vigorate.
But honestly, there's no class in the game where wasting resources is a concern. Every class is great in its own right. It's just a matter of finding the playstyle that you gel with the most. There we go, that's just gone now. Big CC. There we go. Gotta commit to the CC. It's gonna spread out. Ah. Back in we go.
You deserve this.
DPS right, support left. That should just go. Nice. Dodge in. Yeah, we're spreading from that. Oh boy. Ah! Let's press big Omega heal button. Now, so the good thing about this is I'm basically in no fear of dying. It's my teammates who might not necessarily be living their best lives. A big chungus CC. Nuego's boss is kind of intense. Didn't know the higher fractals were like this. This is the challenge mode version of this one, so it's much more difficult than the regular version. It's an incredibly fun fight though. This fight here is still my favourite in all of Guild Wars 2. Yeah, the normal version is definitely easier. The CM's actually quicker to complete though, that's the thing. Skip the preamble, you go straight to the boss. Yeah, good groups will make it look way easier. Yeah, good groups will trivialize that. You've seen the reflect tech there? No, I haven't. What is that? Yeah, and quick fractals are pretty good value to do as well, honestly. Even just for nothing else except for getting easy access to some good infusions. Is it IBS Ascended Armor? Yeah, you can do strike missions and get Ascended Armor through them. You convert the blue profit shards into armor and weapons. I've got a guide on gearing which will cover you. As drops, not in any meaningful way. Says, what's up? Great to see you, man. I'm going very well. How about yourself? Which NPC? The one in either north that's got the blue shard icon above his head. Yeah, I gotta CC you. Strikes can drop, but it's very rare. Yeah, in the same way that Ascended Gear can drop from anywhere, but not in the same way that you get it with fractals. It's on dashes and dark phase reflect projectors back to cause tons of damage. Oh, I should try that at some point. That sounds fun.
Represent a real place, but it's not quite right. Incomplete, or half a minute. That's it. There's a visual photo of someone here, and this is their perspective. Listen to their wall.
Oh, Scars of Ferocity though. Okay.
We might get some contact.
Well, we come, we're just dealing with this one. Come here. There we go. Al, what's up? Handsomest chat of Retriever Dad. I love that. Thank you, mate. How you been? Let's get on the champion here. Big CC.
Go. Make for the pass. If only one reaches the others, enough it will be.
There we go.
Don't poison your bearkin against me.
Do I still buy antique summoning stones every week? Some of them are not worth it. One for the Imperial Favor, not really worth it, and I go back and forth whether I use the Blue Prophet Shards as well. So those I think are just more useful to me for other things.
Bring your people to me instead of driving them away.
Let's do Bane Signet.
We can build a world without loss, without grief. Oh no, that peace is always.
Oh good, I didn't die there. Oh, going up. There we go.
Hey, are you still with me?
Yeah, just load those on the group. It's honestly fine.
You don't know what Silken Weir wanted. Keep her name off your lying tongue!
So here we need to go get up somewhat. Yep. Here we go.
She wanted to go home to her family.
Yeah, screw it, we'll just... Hey, get in my thing. This will just heal through every mechanic. Don't think, simply do. We're going up. Going up, skidoos. Yes. You pump out just such consistent healing. You're not even really thinking about, oh, do I need to heal certain mechanics? It's just, I'm going to pump out as much healing as is possible at any point, and everything is going to work out just fine. Just try and not get nuked by one-shot mechanics. And take a bit of stabilities. Big CC. Deal with mechanic. Presume this one we are going up. Yay! Sweet. Solid as a rock.
You feel no warmth and have none to give. And
Actually, pretty surprising at just how good heal Luminary actually is. Because we're really just going through a loop, and there's such sustained healing, such boon uptime. I could have timed my stability better there, and I'll try and do it on some of these future fractals.
Are those tree people? They look angry. Be careful.
This one here might want some stabilities. Do I need more fractal footage? Am I still recording?
Accelerating.
Shit, I think so. Okay. Screw it. No pre-buff for you. What gear set you're using as a Luminary? Would full minstrels be viable? Yeah, that would be fine. You can run a variety. I think right now I'm actually running a mix. I'm running like Harrier's armor, weapons, and minstrel trinkets. But really, you can sort of just run any combination of like minstrels, Harriers, and givers you want. It just kind of depends on what level of toughness you want to hit. Whether you want to, tank in raids and things like that. Full Harriers is good, full Minstrels is good, full Givers is good. Any mix of them is fine. Or maybe because it lacks damage, you're pretty neutral fractals of PvE in general. That's all good. If you're the dedicated heal in the group, damage isn't your concern. So you don't really need to worry about maxing damage at all. And honestly, for the general PvE experience, I would be more concerned with maxing your survivability and boon uptime to give yourself as much of a buffer to actually do your job as a healer as possible. Because if you as the healer die, things will really destabilize in pub groups real quick. Set off, what's up? Yeah, if you want to play like DPS support as a healer, yeah, you're running a sort of celestial build at that point. Minstrels, Harriers, and Givers isn't even in the mix to do that. The damage difference between full Harriers, full Minstrels, and full Givers is just, is negligible. So you don't need to worry about it. Lumi can't keep both a lack and quickness in the group at the same time. You can do a lack, you can do a little bit of quickness with the elite skill, but you know, it's not to the point where you can do full on yourself. Yeah, if any spec could do full lack and quickness in the group, that is just the best healer in Guild Wars 2 for PvE. No other healed build would be considered under any circumstance. That's right, me dying is actually quite nice. We can have some more coffee. At the same time, then no. Obviously, you can only do one at a time. Old school Chrono Jail, yeah, back in the day, yeah. There's a reason they made it so it could only do one. Like the fact that DPS Chrono can maintain 8% lack uptime itself. I mean, that's solid. A DPS build that can maintain a key boon is super good. It's kind of like how Reaper can self-buff itself with quickness when it's in Shroud. Super nice. Weekly Dunskies. You got this team. We'll mark South. So yeah, like, what am I running here? We got Harrier's armor, Harrier's weapons, and then yeah, I've just thrown on Minstrel's trinkets for some survivability. My Power Necro also got quick on Greatsword 5. Oh yeah, that's sweet. Being able to just give yourself instant quick is so good. Will you be able to kill an Ad and Silent Surf and Full Givers? For that, I'd recommend maybe even literally running a more offensive weapon. I mean, I didn't have an issue doing it in a mix of Harriers and Givers. I just sort of had to know where my damage actually came from, so I was using, like, Luminary Forge quite a bit. Oh, thanks, Farah, for the hydrate. Oh, I didn't even buff with Alacrity. Very sad. Oh well. There you go. Enjoy your Alac now. Dodge skis. I could pre-buff and also just being a bit lazy. Did someone just GG because they didn't get the pre-buff? Yeah, Lumi's access to Alac is just so easy to do. It really is. I mean, I can pre-buff. That's not an issue. I can do it. It's mostly just me being lazy. And if they did actually GG because of the lack of a pre-buff, they've now cost us more time than the pre-buff would have saved us. So I get, you know, the desire to pre-buff, but when the pre-buffing actually takes longer than the actual fractal, or the actual fight itself, or just adds more time that will save, that's when I get a bit meh on it, honestly.
Endurance deficiency.
It's the same sort of thing, you know, we've seen for years. In different areas of Guild Wars 2, where people will copy things that speedrunning groups do without too much consideration for why they're doing it. And yeah, like getting a nice pre-buff in is great, it means you will typically kill the boss quicker, but if you spend, you know, an extra 15 seconds doing the pre-buff, you may as well have just done the fight in the first place. I might have had to GG if they went AFK or something. Oh yeah, that's definitely true as well. Yep, screw it, no pre-buff, don't worry. Just carry over the boons. Issues to get faster boss logs on faster fractal runs? Yes, absolutely. Which I think for most pug groups, faster fractal runs are actually the thing you want. And that's the thing with healers, there's like actually a wide variety of builds you can run. A wide variety of weapon sets you can run.
Closing the gap. Be restored.
The only reason you're running spear is because it ramps might pretty quick. You're not using it for the damage. It's got some CC baked in.
All your delirium. Feeding me. Suffer and die in terror.
The light renewed.
I wouldn't say they depend on it, because things like Might and Fury are actually super abundant. It's just, yeah, it's a very convenient way to ramp Might at the start of a fight.
Stand your ground.
There we go. There we go. And yeah, you can just jump over these as well. It's really good practice for things like Samurog as well. You don't actually need to dodge the shockwaves. Yeah, your boon DPS will typically do a bunch of might as well. I mean, most boon DPS will do 25 might in and of their own right. However, what's up, mate? Thank you for the sub. Never to add Loop and Guild Wars 2, but this Fire's delightful boss design. It really is, honestly. Most of the Fractal CM fights are really, really good. But yeah, the CM's a fantastic value.
Have you been waiting for a prolonged period?
Shadow Observatory now need a bajillion CC.
Armor and haste.
Oh, stability is what I meant to say, actually. Well, there we go, Fractal Sheriff
This is
Star.
rather rare.
Nice, we're done with the Fractal Rush Achievos. Yeah, I'll do the pre-buff.
Stand your ground. Getting help.
Who deserves killing? Make peace with your death, heroes. My hatred can't be bound any longer.
Bit of stability there. I don't have a bunch of stability. Oh, I'm going to be stuck in this for a while. It will probably, yeah, die by the time I land. Is Rev Scepter needed? No. Also, you can just camp Staff. Scepter just helps you ramp Might a bit quicker. Plus, you can do a bunch of ally targeting stuff if you prefer. Yeah, it worked well for years without it, so you don't really need it. It's just a nice to have. So if I'm running Rev Healer, most of the time I'm just camping Staff, because you're just pumping out constant healing. Plus the monumental levels of CC. Inceptor Spectre is needed. Yeah, that one's pretty close to... As long as there's like reasonably high healing requirements. Scepter is just like such a stacked weapon for the barrier and the protection, I think regen as well, that it gives you. So you're really gimping yourself if you don't. But on Samurog, you can, because Samurog has such low healing requirements, you can just camp Scepter. Not camp Scepter, camp Spear and just do a bajillion CC. And basically just carry the break bars by yourself. Oh boy. Okay, let's go get our healing off. Could have probably healed a bit better there. Shift T. Near the buffs window. I want to try and format that so I can actually read it.
Alert. Detection noted. Assistance requested. Affirmative.
And Trudolf, how's it going? Great to see you, mate.
Disengaging. Alert. Incoming.
Also easy to send arm to get the stuff from the Wizard's Vault first and foremost. Then you get like 3 chests or something from that. So that's insanely useful. Yeah, I'd get the main sources of gold from the Wizard's Vault first. I'd go your Mystic Coins, cheap bags of gold, then Laurels. Then at that point, I either go the heavy crafting bags or start grabbing the Ascender gear, because the Ascender gear itself does have gold value, because you don't have to craft it or use any other means of getting it.
Unit down. Repair requested. Task failed.
You have to end now.
No heals for you. Okay, means I can actually... What's this? Is volume or squad? Is volume on any? Is volume on subgroup? Incoming, outgoing. How does everyone set up their built-in Arc DPS boon table? Rose, Arc DPS. Yeah, I don't like the built-in boon table. I'm running it instead of the separate Arc DPS boon table add-on, just to see if my game's a bit more stable, because I've been having a few issues with crashes. Anything else you like in AR? Attune and infuse your rings if you have them, because you can get 3 slots on rings. Yeah, notice there how we have 3 infusion slots. So you can attune them and infuse them. you have Nexus, download it from there. It's a proper one. Oh yeah, I have run the Boon Table add-on from Nexus for quite a long time, but I've been dealing with like just a bit of instability on Linux, and I'm trying to diagnose if it's that particular add-on. So I've got just pure Arc DPS running without the Boon Table, entirely just to see if that's the problem. There we go, got there a bit dicey, but we successfully did it. And this one will do stabilities. I might be able to... Display style. Oh, there's probably a way. Give me this one.
Stop. The consequences of your actions will be catastrophic. I harness the chaos of interminable space-time.
Production interrupted.
Arthur's there, just living his best life. Oh, didn't die there. Love to see it. Stabilities. Just stability that. Or in. There we go. Disregard mechanics entirely because we are Firebrand.
Stop. The consequences of your actions will be catastrophic.
Never felt better. Subject designated for corporeal reassignment. Seek or accepted detonation.
Oh, hang on.
The light renews.
Made the other side, yep. That just wiped us. Oh shit, oh well. Jump.
Getting healthy.
Boom. Yeah, just give me one. I just find the easiest thing to do here is just pour it over here, let it come to you, dodge back in.
System is inherently unstable. You'll annihilate your
Bruh. A CC. Oh well.
Energy is useful. Subject selected for temporal realignment. Output potentially operating surveying batteries. Pokemon reactor initialization program. Production getting no. Danger ground. Reactor initialization program override. Subject selected for temporal realignment. Upstairs. 80%.
Get some heals off and some stabilities. Disregard mechanics. Ouch, that hurt. Nope.
Stop. The consequences of your actions can be catastrophic. I harness the chaos of
Subject
interminable
selected for
space-time.
temporal realignment. Upload potentially operational program.
This fight's amazing. It was half a new place to understand the mechanics. You're not wrong. This really did take me a while back when I was, you know, pugging fractals every day well before I started streaming to really get a handle on this. Whereas now it sort of just goes entirely on muscle memory. Except when I go down there. Like a bit of a goofy goober. Bit of stability there. Boom. There we go. Didn't die there. Very fun. Very demure. Here we can. I was gonna say I could jump up, but I actually just animation locked myself. Oh. Whee! Always go clockwise. Always. Oh.
System is inherently unstable. Will annihilate us all.
Subject selected for temporal realignment. Upload potentially operational interactions.
Enough of this. Your time ends now. EDR. Initiate EDF.
Projectional defense facsimiles online.
Got him. Yeah, I don't love this. Incoming? Yeah, maybe incoming. That looks pretty useful. Show us the boon table.
Pain.
Yeah, I have no idea how to set that up. I'll figure it out. Here, if I can, it's going to be better for me to run the bow.
What now, Captain? We don't take cannonballs to get out of here alive.
I'm dead either way. Might as well strap in for a decent fight.
You got it. I'll unlock the airships.
I'll raise the gang. This is what your curiosity gets you.
You're here, just stack tight and trust your healer. The healer's got you here. Stack tight, that way Mytrin stays where she should. That way Horrocks' attack goes where it should. Let your healer take care of you. This fight is primarily your healer's responsibility. DPS players, if you can, pull in the remaining mobs. Yeah, you want Mytrin. Perfect. That down. Okay, it's starting to sting a bit. There we go. Everyone's stacked tight on Mytrin. Don't worry about the other mobs, they are not really that much of a concern. If you go down, you just get rezzed. Res. DPS players, if you can, just get a pull. Pull those mobs on top of the group. That is the thing that's going to make everyone's life easier. So here everyone's all scattered, gets a bit confusing. You play low tier with your new starter brother. I know people learning, but it's tough to heal people running away all the time. That's one of the biggest things that newer players to endgame content do need to get used to the most. The safest place to be is on the group. The most dangerous place to be is away from the group. Somewhat funny when healing is often its hardest in new player groups. Yeah, absolutely. And as well, you'll find that experienced players will just do subtle movements and repositions to avoid huge amounts of damage. Doing daily tier 4s as a healer snooze fest, it is. You're basically just, you're not even healing, you're just providing your boon. The healing's completely incidental.
Anyway, welcome to Deepstone. Lost treasure vault of the Deltamore.
So you're helping some thieves under a dwarven city.
Gods, spiders everywhere. Why do I let him pick the paths?
And yeah, that's the thing that comes with experience. Like,
Wait,
certain things you really do need to get out the way of, and the healer can't do too much.
I stand on this.
Some things you can just go, oh yeah, this is a completely minimal mechanic, my healer can deal with this, and that just comes with time.
I'm reading energy from that crystal. It's like the spiders are protecting it.
If it removes your boons or kills you, then it's bad. Yeah, that's the stuff you really want to get out the way of.
Great, more spiders. Out, and let's go get that crystal energy.
No, how does that count as Hammer Master? Oh, that's exciting.
Never felt good.
Like, as a DPS, you should generally be trying to just walk out of any obvious AoEs that you can, and sort of just trust your healer to take care of the smaller things. Here I'm mostly just tanking everything as a, oh, can I heal through it, as a bit of a test.
I don't. Just let's get this thing to the crystal. Did you just? I see. This must be how the dwarves fought those shadow creatures.
Fascinating.
Oh, I'm going back.
Let's go see if that door's open now. Shop is still, you know, with the monsters.
Oh, what a
Looks like another dwarven trap. Go and step on that other rune.
Dwarven traps are supposed to be clever.
Stop whining. Look, that did something. Why don't you go take a look at that orb? We'll wait here.
I can feel it, Kay. The treasure vault's gotta be right on the other side.
Honestly, the trap.
Oh, that's a good point there for me. I should actually run that skill.
Well, the exit's right behind us. I got something caught up to get me back.
It's a different story altogether.
Not bad. So, Kay, I never asked. Why'd you hire the muscle? We've never needed it before.
To keep you from doing something stupid. Because I know you.
Well, we wouldn't be here without him.
Okay, let's run
Keep after all.
Merciful Intervention.
More of those shadow things.
Torin. Torin, that voice. See you drawing closer. It knows we're coming.
Yeah, for the treasure vault. There it is. Come on.
Torin, wait! You don't have the light! I can't move!
Ah.
You have the light! You have to use it!
My song echo in the darkness.
Never felt better.
Your spirit from its mortal frame.
It was high mass wisdom dies true.
The way is lit! You have the light! Don't let it take you! Keep going!
Oh, the stability. I need to actually go through and apply some there.
Sharper still.
Storm degrades. It will not last. Fire will purge your spirit from its mortal frame.
Oh boy, that one's gonna be a bit dicey. Yes.
I can still save you! I can fix this!
No, you can't, Kay.
Very good. Okay, so here, incoming, one. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, two, hang on. Let's have that on one. Might Fury quick. As percentage of hits, as percentage polled. Okay. Yeah. Alright, let's suss out what we got. Damn, we did pretty well. Okay.
Statistically speaking, this is rather rare.
Not many bits of ascended gear, though, we can extract out this plus 10, though. Well, actually, let's go get our salvage kit. Oh, I can't. I have to get the extractor. And partner, welcome in. You didn't GG there, no, I haven't seen because of the pre-buff. Oh, good. That's good to know. Yeah, apologies if I misinterpreted that.
Oh, I know.
Which I almost certainly did.
This.
But no, it led into a good conversation anyway, because it's something I do see in a lot of hug groups as well. But yeah, Fermi pointed out as well, so thank you. And thank you for coming along for that. That was good fun. It's good fun getting some practice on Heal Firebrand. Not Heal Firebrand, Heal Luminary. What am I doing? We can extract that. Oh no, can I just... Oh. Hang on. AX. Done. And then we can sell that. Oh, yeah, just sell that instantly. Just get the gold. That's the main reward. Yeah, that was good fun. That's fine. We got there in the end, which is good. I'm glad we're able to do that with 4 people. And the fact we're able to do the splits quite comfortably. Honestly, we dealt with Oscar. Thank you. Nice. GG for the coffee break. Yeah, that's a very good time for it. That's a very good chance for us as well. We've gone a little bit over past our break, so we'll go stretch our legs. We'll just pick up everything we can grab here, and oh, nice, we get that done as well. You still clean it just a tiny bit. It's got like a little bit more that it needs done, but also we're gonna go stretch our legs. Sit tight.
Why, hello there, everyone. We're currently living in a turbulent time in Guild Wars 2. We have balance patches every few months, we have a new expansion launching next month, elite specialization weapons are being made available wholesale, runes are getting turned into relics, things are changing. But amongst the chaos, something has risen.
God bless us, everyone.
Today, we're covering the wonder that is Condition Harbinger. Welcome back, everyone. With the release of End of Dragons came the new Necromancer Elite Spec Harbinger. And now, with a few balance patches under its belt, it's become one of the premier condition damage builds in the game. Not only that, with the exact same gear, you can run one of the highest damaging quickness builds in the game. Being able to efficiently cover off on 2 endgame rolls with effectively the same build is completely busted. You pick this up, and your endgame PvE life is going to get a whole lot easier. It's time, my friends, for Condition Damage and Quickness Harbinger. Once you equip the Harbinger specialization, you'll get access to Pistol as a new main hand weapon, new Elixir utility skills, as well as having your Death Shroud replaced by Harbinger Shroud. Unlike core Necromancer and Reaper, Harbinger Shroud doesn't act like a second health bar. Here, it doesn't protect you from incoming attacks, and instead gives you access to powerful ranged attacks and mobility skills. With your Grandmaster trait choices, you'll either pulse strike damage, conditions, or quickness to allies while you're in Harbinger Shroud. You'll also inflict yourself with Blight by staying in Shroud or using your new Elixir skills. Blight is a bit of a double-edged sword in that it reduces your overall HP the more of it you have. In exchange, several of your skills get more powerful the more stacks of Blight you have. You'll regenerate health based on your total Blight, and various traits will increase your overall damage. So, one focus of your rotation is going to be building up Blight, consuming it to juice up your skills, and then building up your stacks again. In terms of your Harbinger Shroud skills, you have access to Tainted Bolts, which will simply fire bolts of energy that explode on impact and will inflict torment on enemies near your target. Dark Barrage will fire 6 bolts that fan out in front of you, which pierce enemies and inflict torment. Devouring Cut will launch you at your target and damage nearby enemies when you connect. If you use this when you're at or above 5 stacks of Blight, you'll double the damage and inflict torment. Always make sure you use the skill when you're above 5 stacks of Blight. Voracious Arc will cause you to leap to your target and daze enemies near your landing point. Again, when you use this above 5 Blight, you'll double the damage and torment your enemies. Again, always use this above 5 Blight. Vital Jaw will deal some damage, grant you life force for each target struck, and float enemies, which gives a great amount of breakbar damage. All in all, you can think of Harbinger as the glass cannon of the Necromancer Elite specs. You lose the safety of a second health bar in exchange for a ton of extra damage and boon access. Now, for our weapons. For our weapons, we'll be using Pistol and Dagger on one set, with Scepter and Warhorn on our other set. You can think of Pistol Dagger as your more damage focused set, and Scepter Warhorn as more of a utility focused set. A key purpose for Scepter and Warhorn is to help you generate life force, which means you can go into Shroud more often, which will then lead to higher damage overall. If you remove Scepter and Warhorn from this build without some extra way to generate life force, on quite a few encounters you're going to find yourself starved of life force, which is not a good time at all. For pistol, your pistol auto attack will simply fire a shot that deals damage, applies torment, and bounces between enemies. Weeping shots will fire 6 shots and apply both torment and vulnerability. It will also generate life force and pierce through enemies. It's very important not to interrupt this skill so that all 6 shots can be fired off. Vile Blast will fire a dart that inflicts poison, weakness, and stuns foes around your target. You'll also gain life force for each enemy you hit. On Dagger, Deathly Swarm will blind and transfer 2 of your conditions to your target. This is one of your most important skills because it lets you transfer the conditions you inflict on yourself when you use Blood as power, a huge portion of your damage. Enfeebling Blood simply inflicts some bleeding and weakness on enemies in your targeted area. On Scepter, your auto attack will inflict bleeding on each strike, with the 3rd attack in the chain also inflicting poison. Unlike Conti's Scourge, you won't really be using the auto attack on Scepter in your main rotation. Grasping Dead will deal some damage, bleed and cripple foes in your targeted area. Devouring Darkness, which is upgraded from Feast of Corruption due to your trait Lingering Curse, will deal damage, corrupt 3 boons to conditions on enemies around your target, inflict torment, and also gain life force. You'll be using this combined with Scepter 2 before and after you enter an Exit Shroud from Scepter. This skill in particular is key to you generating life force to sustain your Harbinger Shroud. On Warhorn, Wail of Doom will simply inflict fear on targets in front of you. Very useful if you need some extra break bar damage. Locust Swarm will grant you swiftness and also siphon health from enemies around you and your allies. This skill also generates life force, which is very useful if you find yourself low on life force. While it won't specifically be used as part of your rotation, there's no harm in pressing it off cooldown. Now it's time for our skills. The core skills for both the condition damage and quickness harbinger builds are the same, with the Conti damage build having a bit more flexibility in terms of what skills can be swapped out. For your heal skill, take Elixir of Promise.
And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so I think we did actually somewhat get used to this boon table. So what I might also do, let's turn on stats 2. Damage. Oh yeah, did I do a fresh install of ARP? I might have actually. Stats, Defiance damage. Okay, yep, so there we go. Can have that and that. Position, that one's fine. This one I actually want the window relative position from window name CHCLI0, and we want from the bottom left of the first window to the top left of the second window. See, there we go. Now they are linked together and we're very happy about it. This one, display style, window padding, I want that. I want the background. Buffs, hide, close button, toolbar. That's fine. Buff list. Okay, let's see if I can figure out exactly the best thing to do. I might just get used to that. I relate to the message from Bahadir Buffer. Gonna say just how weird it is that the fractal is 97, it's still 99 to you. Oh, I struggle with that as well. I have no idea what numbers of fractals are. Outside Lonely Tower is 100 and Silent's 99 because that's where we start. Because people, especially in pub groups, they shuffle the order around to, I presume it's to make it so it requires the least amount of switching. Reset out HTC and Prog is Untamed bad. Thinking about Pet and Mass Invis strat. I would personally go Soul Beast because, yeah, I'm not sure how the pet would interact with Mass Invis. Soul Beast will have a simpler burst rotation as well. I think you may just get better results on Soul Beast. Soul Beast is one of the just go-to DPS classes there. Okay, window relative position. CHCLI1. Bottom left of there to top left. Oh, hang on, no, I want position from bottom right to top right. And do you believe the order is 100, 99, 98, 95, and then 96, 97, because the first four is Condi Focus, last is Power Focus, so people don't have to change builds and foods often, your guess. Yeah, I figured it was something like that, and probably the not need to swap between ranged and power builds, because yeah, the first ones definitely do favour range damage a lot more. Whereas then on 96, 97, you can then swap to something like Soul Beast or Scrapper and have a bajillion burst damage. Like, I can sort of see how this makes sense here. You want these to be 100, want this to be 2,500. If that's the case, we're all good. Abigo, welcome in. Do you know what the name of add-on is that shows when someone on World vs. World cast worlds, etc.? I'm not sure, actually. Hey, Drew, what's up, my friend? Welcome, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Connor, or ConnorConCarne. You may also know me from my YouTube channel, where we do a whole bunch of Guild Wars 2 guides. And hey, look at me, I forgot to actually set up StreamerBot, so let's go and do the things manually. Shout out. No, that's the wrong shout out command. Oh, we're behind the times. How are you going, Drew? It's so good to see you. Everyone, go check out Drew over on Twitch. What did you get up to, mate? What were you playing today? Everyone, make sure to go check out Drew. Gagan, thank you so much for the follow as well. Yeah, we've just been doing some fractals, getting our gold farm on, finished off a bunch of our weeklies, which will also turn into gold. Did some mirror chest farming, also more gold. Gold farming's been on the cards today. So we'll actually process the remainder of our fractal loot later on. The Elder Scrolls New running with our dungeon crew tonight. That sounds amazing. Were your dungeons successful? It's been a very good day here so far. We caught up with a friend in the city today, which was wonderful. Bought a new dishwasher, because our dishwasher has unfortunately died after 5 years, so we had to go pick up a new one today. So that is coming on Wednesday. And yeah, we're streaming Guild Wars 2. So caught up friends, did big adult things. Which I'd rather not have to do those big adult things again for another 5 years or so. Yeah, there we go. Got the bus table there. Good thing is our game has been nice and stable, just given we're running base Arc DPS, no Arc DPS add-ons. So we're trying to narrow down some of the things that were causing our instabilities. Okay. I got fractal keys here. They were indeed successful. You're glad to hear you be doing good. That's great. And yeah, I'm so glad to hear you had a wonderful stream. And thank you for bringing your community over here. I really, really appreciate it. Just open up a bunch of stuff there. Cool. Okay, let's see where we are at. Other things that are very worth. Let's actually just take a look. We finished off stuff for the Fractal Rush as well, so that's great. All our rewards for that are in the bag, I believe. Oh, and I gotta tell you, it's been a Mes main for a while, and no hate to Troubadour, but you recently found out how crazy cracked out the Mirage is in PvE. Oh, nice. What version of Mirage are you running? I was running Staff Mirage for quite a while, and that is a god tier PvE build for soloing hard content. It's absolutely amazing. Oh, can I actually get the Mistwar Pauldrons? I need to check when the event's up. Hang on. Guild Wars 2 event times. That's literally been sitting there for probably about a month now. If I can actually remember to do the event I need. Oh, it's going to be exciting. Yes! Okay. I'm going to need everyone. I've just done something weird. Oh yeah, I've done like the little fly out thing where all my windows pop out. It's very confusing. I'm going to need everyone to keep an eye this little number here. When this starts approaching 9 PM, so in 13 minutes time, I may need a reminder to go to Hirathi Hinterlands and do the meta event. Dawn, how's it going? You ran Staff, and that's crazy. Honestly, the Great Sword and Dagger Sword Mirage are lots of clones and Mirage spamming is nuts. Oh, visually, that is such a fun build. Just seeing all those Great Sword laser beams going around, just chef's kiss. It's great. It's so much fun. Great build for PvE. Oh, I should check as well, actually. Yes, I just remembered. We've been testing out different Condi Conduit builds because we've been doing Ceres challenge mode shenanigans. And we've been testing out different versions of the builders. I think there's actually like 4 different versions of the build floating around now. All of them do varying levels of DPS. I want to go back to the one that I really know quite well, because some of our new ones we're struggling with a bit. Yeah, the burst's a lot more than you expected. Yeah, like from our build, it's really, really good as well. And Dawn, half asleep, so I missed the raider and was missed doing your job to get Drew's links in. Thank you so much for coming in, Dawn. I appreciate it. Thank you for awaking from your slumber. Let's just check the Fractal Rush. Cool. Yeah, that's all done. We did many, many rewards. Okay, let's check. Okay. Let's go into the aerodrome. We sort of have a rough idea of the levels of DPS we've been able to hit on other versions of this build since it got nerfed. And by nerfed, I mean brought down relatively slightly. It's still insanely strong. It's still, honestly, I think too strong still. Okay, let's go take a little look-sees here. I'm testing out the actual built-in Arc DPS boon table. Not as good as the other boon table add-on, but I am trying to run less add-ons to try and pinpoint where some crashes may have been coming in on our Linux setup. The good news is, since I removed the boon table add-on, I'm running like a very pared back set of add-ons, just basically the bare minimum that I kind of need. It hasn't crashed, or at least we haven't had an Arc DPS crash, which is good. Okay. Raids. Revenant. Let's check out this build. There's like a million conduit builds. Oh, there's a spear and shortbow build. Oh, wait, no, sorry, that's Condi Renegade, although it would honestly still work. Okay. Mistfire, spear, mace axe. That is the build that I know. Okay. We'll run that. I don't know if I love this skill. Oh, this takes charge miss as well. No. I don't want to do charge miss. For some reason, you can't seem to get down with Revenant. Unfortunately, I know a lot of people love that class. That's totally understandable. We all have classes that we don't really gel with. For me, that's kind of Warrior. I really like Spellbreaker. Have never really, in recent years especially, been able to get into Berserker and Bladesworn in particular. Bladesworn I've just never clicked with. I've tried it a handful of times and I'm always just bounced right off it. I spend about an hour on it and I'm like, nah, back to something else. Okay, let's see. We were roughly hitting, I think, about 41k on the simplified version of this build. So now let's basically take the build that we were running on Ceres, and I'll just check the actual... check the things, check the sigils, that's the word for it. Bursting, and this should be doing... well, it's honestly pretty close to Torment. And this should be Bursting and Geo. I mean, honestly, the specific ones here will be pretty chill. And Sven, if Rev were to get a new weapon from the current selection, what would you like to see it get? Part of me wants to say longbow because I want to see more classes get longbow in general, but it already has shortbow, which functionally is still a longbow, and I don't know how it would feel particularly different. Yeah, like getting used to the energy management on Revenant, that is tricky. That's the big hurdle to getting into it, but once you basically get used to the rate at which your energy regenerates. That sort of dictates when you should swap legends. You get used to the energy management side of it. Hot take, you think 45k is too high and 41k should be the norm again? Broadly, yeah, like, I agree. 45k plus I think is still too high. I think if everything was, yeah, doing sort of the low 40s in terms of DPS with some variance there for difficulty, utility and stuff like that, and just general playstyle, I think that would be fine. Like, we still have the Omega version of Condi Conduit, the really difficult versions, pull in 53k, but there's not many people in the game who can actually pull it off. But it's quite easy, I think, to get in the 40s without any real difficulty, which for other DPS classes, ones that have benchmarks that sit around about, 41, 42, I'd usually find myself in the high 30s there pretty comfortably. But being able to jump past that 40k DPS threshold, pretty sweet. Haven't kept up with Rit. Are they still hitting wild numbers? No, Ritualist has been brought back down. It's doing perfectly standard acceptable numbers, I think. It's pretty balanced right now. I'll take a look. We'll pull up the benchmarks, actually. Benchmarks. Yeah, so there's like 3 conduit builds sitting here. There's the jacked Condi conduit build that's really quite difficult to play. The real money, though, is actually power conduit, at least in the golem, because this is actually relatively simple to play. It's quite fast-paced, but conceptually it's very simple. Then you've got some Condi Mirage builds here. They sit on the more difficult side to play. Dragon Hunter, actually, brand new build that got updated, sitting at 50k. Too high, especially for a power build that's notoriously incredibly bursty. That's actually, for fractals, that would just be absolutely insane. I do need to try the new build for that. So I think, what was it, Zeal got reworked. Okay, create a lesser symbol of blades when you have a Virtue Seal, and your strike damage and movement speed are increased when you have Fury. Oh, that's good. 33% movement speed is just nice quality of life right there. And your power is increased, gain additional power with a greatsword. Yep, good times. Oh, there's a 2-button Dragon Hunter build that does 37k. Oh, damn. As Mr. Mystic made a video about it, I see they did do something Dragon Hunter adjacent. We should try that at some point. Yeah, that would be pretty wild. Back to benchmarks. Like, there's a few builds here that are sitting above 50. Condi Mirage, I think all of the 2 people who play Condi Mirage to that level, I'm sure they're very happy about that. And it's also probably on very specific fights that you can actually do that. Like, there's another Condition Conduit build here. This is the one that's most similar to the one that I like to run. Antiquary's being brought down. That, I think, is mostly fine. But there's also on Spear. Spear's a difficult weapon to benchmark because you basically can't run the auto attack. If you press the auto attack at any point, it's a DPS loss. So it's a very fast-paced, very involved build. So 45k for Antiquary. I'd actually almost say it's too low. It's too low to warrant the amount of effort. I mean, look at that variance there. Your average number is 45, but your peak number is 48. Then, yeah, you got some Berserker, got Chrono. Chrono's, for all the utility that Chrono brings you, that's a really good number, actually. And then, yeah, we're sort of in, honestly, like the, maybe a smidge high compared to old areas of balance, but here we're outside the outliers here. This build here, though, the Condition Conduit build that just camps Mace Axe, super chill. I was hitting like, I think 41k on that build, and yeah, that was super relaxing. But Conduit is still the one that, Conduit's the one that really needs to get reined in. I think on benchmark, updated builds have insane numbers, but many of the builds are very outdated. Take the list with a grain of salt. That's very true, yeah. This is a, as we used to say in my old jobs, this is a living document, as in we can change it at any point and it's subject to change. Yeah, like a bunch of these builds will be quite old as well, and yeah, they may just not have been updated yet. But Conduit, it's the bee's knees right now. Okay, let's just see how this build goes.
A deadly raid squad is a happy raid squad.
Just self
Practice your
and
skills
boom. Just
using our
give me all
state-of-the-art
of them.
guns.
And I saw the power crane the other day. Swap to it, no experience with it besides. And you match your Vert's numbers. Damn. That's good, because Vert's a pure DPS spec, so having something that actually has a reasonable amount of Groot support baked into it for free. Like, Chrono Mindset is a more flexible and I think more useful build than Virtuoso. That's interesting. Okay. I'm just gonna purely go off vibes on this. Just to sort of see roughly what number we can hit. H. No, I need the button that gives me food. I don't think they're outdated per se. They just don't have any reason to update. Yeah, that's true. Like, if a build hasn't had any changes, there's no need to update it. Okay, we've got to probably make a few changes here. We'll give Dragon Hunter a try, because they put a priority list in the guide. Like a WoW instead of fixed rotation, which is always suboptimal in real fights. Yeah, it depends on the particular class. I do tend to like ones that have a priority rotation as well. They're easier for me to learn. But at the end of the day, even a fixed rotation build is just a priority list. It's just being laid out in a more sequential manner as to the actual order you'll do it. Oop. And then you're enjoying the new Greatsword Warrior build. Nice. Able to reach 43k to 44 now. Damn, that's really good actually. I'm just trying to get the muscle memory back into this build. So I'll do a round or two of this to try and get the numbers where we think they should be. There we go. It's Conduit, yeah, this is Condi Conduit. We're just taking sort of our variant of the build that I've just grown accustomed to running. And just sort of trying to see where its DPS kind of lands. Because we tried all the other variants and they are honestly significantly higher than this one. Hmm, 37, I can push that higher. Are there any legendaries able to be crafted without expansions apart from Fractal Gloves? Yeah, all of the Generation 1 legendary weapons. So legendary weapons that came out with launch. So there'll be a legendary weapon for every single weapon that you can craft there. And Fizby, yeah, it's a very good point. Like, I think it sort of just comes down to what style of learning suits you the most. Because yeah, when a priority rotation is laid out, as in like, here's a list of 4 skills, use them in these order, for some people that can be really, really quick to pick up, whereas some people may prefer the fixed rotation style of it. And yeah, like the speed at which you press buttons is very, very important. So let's Do I run that? Or maybe I run this. Any armor pieces or just weapons? Just weapons. Yeah, you're going to need expansions if you want to get armor. Although, I could be telling a lie. It could also be the World vs. World and PvP armor you could get. You could probably... Don't quote me on that. I think you might be able to. World vs. World and PvP I don't think require anything that's tied to expansions. I'll actually just take a look. Guild Wars 2 Legendary. Oh, shit, I forgot the thing. Team is supposed to remind me of 9 PM. Let's go. More often than not, you notice the video showcase the benchmark isn't even doing the rotation to a T. Yeah, I thank you only for the follow and bitrunes as well. You'll find with benchmarks, the exact right rotation to do on a benchmark may actually be different than what you'll do in an actual encounter. There may be a generally optimal rotation that's good for most fights, but when you actually check the log, they may be doing a few slight tweaks, particularly at the end, to get a, you know, higher DPS number than what they otherwise would. Let's run Power Conduit here. Power Quickness Conduit. Oh. Yeah. There we go. I've got to wait till skills swap over now. Control H. Let's just hide Arc. I don't particularly need it right now. There we go. And let's do Legendary Armor. PvE. Yeah, they're all expansion stuff. So we got the raid set, we got PvP. Disclose Mistcore Fragment. I feel like the PvP armor shouldn't require an expansion. And the World vs. World armor set.
Me two legs. Slink back to your home.
Yeah, I feel like the World vs. World might not. The one I'm kind of iffy on is the Certificate of Heroics, because that's asking for testimonies of heroics. Not sure if it's a specific kind that you need, or if it sort of adapts to the one from the particular expansion that you've got. Never something I've come across or had to deal with. I read the wiki too, but totally wasn't sure what items come from the X-Pack, and that's a totally justifiable position to be in, because I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for, what are we, like 13 years now, and I still have to do a bit of a double take at them. Yeah, start with the weapons as well. And even if you pulled up the wiki and just went to the specific vendors just to see if those items were there, that would probably answer the question of like, okay, do I actually need, you know, the expansion for this? Or is it just going to be a problem? Because it will give you like a locked icon or something like that. Oh, and Linux enjoyers out there, do you know if there is a general consensus of what is the just most stable version of Proton to be on for Guild Wars 2? Not necessarily the one that's the most recent and the highest performance, but the one that is the least susceptible to crashes, as a general rule of thumb. Is that sort of what I'm trying to stumble into now? It's really hard to find that information. Oh, you did have ad infinitum after watching a video. Got most of the items for step 1, then realized you couldn't buy one of them until unlocking masteries. Yeah. Requires masteries, then yeah, that's the expansions. But yeah, if you get the expansions on sale, Yeah, even just did Hawthorne's Path of Fire combo. If you catch that on sale, it will be insanely cheap, and the value that it will give you will honestly eclipse almost any other video game out there. Are we just chilling here, just vibing?
These are dangerous times.
So I think right now, because I was having arc DPS crashes, I'm trying to pare things back and find the most stable thing, because it's really annoying when things start crashing during stream. I'm much more concerned with just having things be stable. So even right now, I'm running Proton GE 8.32, so we've gone like a year and a bit back. Expedition 33 tomorrow? Yeah, Jess and I are super excited to stream some Expedition 33 over on her channel, so that's on the cards for tomorrow. I was sitting pretty waiting for the next Arena Direct sale, Steam teased you over the holidays. You should hopefully get one coming up pretty soon, which will be good. They do come around with somewhat regularity.
Did it! We've taken the Modnia foothold in the Highlands. Excellent work, everyone. Fortify our position here, and keep an eye out for the Modnia War King.
Yeah, for Condi builds, you tend to just run the Fractal Relic and call it a day. Even on Condi builds, you may have a we're about to kill this golem, let's shuffle the order around ever so slightly to get a few hundred extra DPS.
I have returned to fight at your side.
Nothing can save
You're definitely not refreshing the page every day, definitely not. No, you would never do that. Lexius, what's up, mate? Hope everyone's having a dope day. We are. Hope you are as well. And I heard you mention crashing lately. You've had to use a year-old graphics driver just so that Guild Wars 2 won't crash. I'm glad you're able to find a solution to it. It's a bit of a bullshit solution. I'm sorry you've got to go through and deal with that. That sounds super annoying. But yeah, like right now, I don't know, I might not end up doing this long term, but I am running a version of Proton from like early 2024 just because I'm shooting for stability, especially, you know, when it comes time for, you know, big expansion releases and we're going for, you know, 12, 15 hours at a time. I don't want to be debugging tech. I love tinkering with tech as much as everyone, but when I'm streaming, I just kind of need this to work. I need it to work, I need to not think about it, which Linux has been better for that for me than Windows. The number of times on Windows, apparently there's been another big Windows update which has borked a whole bunch of people's PCs. I am so glad on Jess's PC, which I use to actually encode the stream, I paused Windows updates for, you know, the maximum duration of 5 weeks. I just did it the other day before this update came in. Yay, we got the full Mist Ward set now. Nice. I've been meaning to do that for some time. Your last two patches for Guild Wars 2 caused a lot of crashing. For you, no idea why. Latest one was nailed in the coffin, would crash even more than before. It's really hard to pinpoint stuff like that, I find. Because yeah, it's one of the annoying things about PC gaming. It's so dependent on each person's hardware and configuration. And yeah, like you've been able to resolve it by running a year-old graphics driver, and that would be an incredibly difficult issue for them and anyone else to replicate as well. Oh, Windows Updates a whole nother can of worms. Yeah, and like Windows Updates are the legitimate reason why I made the shift over to Linux. As much as, you know, I enjoy tinkering with stuff, I had no immediate plans to shift over to Linux for streaming. I was like, yep, no, Windows is here. It is easy to get things set up. Like, everything would kind of just work, or I knew how to get it to work. But then there was one update that just completely broke the OBS NDI plugin, or just the NDI protocol. So anything that used NDI basically allows you to cast your OBS to another PC and have that encoded. It's basically a dual PC streaming setup without having to connect any cables. I need that, And yep, I booted up my computer 5 minutes before I started streaming, and that entire plugin is broken. So then I'm having to figure out how to roll back Windows updates on 2 separate computers, and all the meanwhile I'm like, I am late, I need to get going now. And then I was like, I am not dealing with this again. And then we made the jump, and honestly it has been much better. Even I would run into issues where I think it's where audio devices would get assigned different IDs. So then OBS would always get confused. So people who watch a stream long enough will know the number of times where I was streaming I'd just be muted. It's because OBS has forgotten which one my mic is. Then I have to go through all the sources and go, okay, where's the microphone now? And let's reassign that. I've never once had to do it. Oh yeah, and even the button that turns on Adicam, or just the webcam that I have set up for Adicam there, constantly, the number of times that would just forget, it would have its ID changed, and then I have to go through and reassign it. Never once had to do that on Linux. You remember the breaking NDI? Oh, it was so bad. Like, that was just the absolute nail in the coffin for me. After VOE came out, Guild Wars 2 did crash a lot for you, sometimes 5-6 times per playing session, extremely annoying. What mainly helped you was doing the official repair of the game files. You assume some kind of files got corrupted while trying to patch the game. Yeah, that's a good point as well. I did actually find that as well on Linux. When I was cloning my... I upgraded my hard drive from a 500 gig, just one I had lying around, to a 1 terabyte one. I was cloning everything over from the old one to the new one, doing that whole thing, but I couldn't resize the partition because the program I was using gparted to actually do the thing to do the resizing of the partition said, no, there's an error here. I refuse to do this. I'm like, oh great, now I need to figure out where that is. And I figured it out. It was actually in the 2 different Guild Wars 2 DAT files that I have, because I had it Guild Wars 2 installed through Lutris and I had it installed through Steam. And I just copied the DAT file between the 2 installations. And there was some corruption in there, so I like just yoinked the entire DAT file, deleted it from existence and re-downloaded it. And then no errors, but I couldn't actually resize the partition, so I had to boot into a live Linux environment and then resize it that way. And even then, it's still not 100% perfect, because I had to, like, I couldn't just drag a slider and go, make this partition where my Linux OS is, or my root, whatever, just make it the maximum, make it as big as is humanly possible. It's like, no, you must make it a certain percentage. And then I had it butting up against another partition. I'm like, I can't just find the exact percentage to satisfy that little itch that I have in the back of my head to have it be the maximum. So I'm like, I'm going to go a few percent under and go, okay, instead of 97.25787%, I'm going to go 96%. So there's just that few extra gig on my hard drive that isn't being used on anything, and it makes me really mad. Not mad, but I'm always aware. It's like an itch that's constantly there and I can't get rid of it. But it turns out that was in the Guild Wars 2 DAT files. Long story time, it was in the DAT files. And I've been able to resolve that. But I'm like, oh, weird things. It might be something you need to do, just reinstall or repair. It was super weird. Anytime you walked near this one quest stop, it instantly crashed. And after you rolled back to auto graphics driver, it stopped. Yeah, honestly, just run the repair command. Or just re-download the entire DAT file. Just run it overnight or something. Yeah, recommend the repair would be quicker than reinstalling the whole game. Yeah, the repair would probably be done in like half an hour or so, but the Guild Wars 2 DAT file takes a long time. It really shouldn't have to sell to you. Yeah, and also that's a good thing, is that most Linux, well, most games just run on Linux because Valve is carrying hard. And I am also eventually down the track, this could be honestly a few months down the line, I think I do want to try and make the shift over to Fedora and a more just stock OBS install, because I am running Nobara right now, and Nobara is fantastic in terms of just getting everything set up for gaming and streaming. Flawless. It's great. Runs a custom patch version of OBS, but eventually I do want to do some sort of a video talking about our setup here, because I think we've got interesting setup. We've got my MacBook here, which I'll use for video editing. We've got a Windows partition for when I eventually need to, wade back into the swamp and go into Windows, and I have a Linux drive in here as well. So in front of me we've got all 3 operating systems. I think that's really interesting, but I don't like the idea, at least for the purposes of a video, being like, okay, if you want to run my specific setup, you need this specific distro because it runs this custom version of OBS. I'm like, that's not a replicatable thing, whereas I do eventually want to try and recreate it on Fedora. But me trying to do that somewhat recently has made me really appreciate just how good the Nobara version of OBS is. NDI, baked in. Browser source, baked in. Game capture, baked in. No permissions with Wayland. Nothing you have to, it's just, oh, it's just there. And it just works. I'm like, that's wild. Whereas it is a bit fiddly getting OBS set up in the exact way that I want. And Clyde, you don't know what you did, Big Click saying, and broke your OBS last night. Oh no, so sorry to hear that. What's actually causing the issue here? And Ekadon, you're playing support Druid for a second support class. Which one would you prefer? If you're already playing Ranger, you could play like Power Gale Shot, because you can run the quickness version of Gale Shot as well, so you get 2 builds for the price of 1. I'm pretty sure they run exactly the same gear. And then you have a DPS build and a quickness build. So then you've got your heal lack build, you've got a quick DPS build. And Vagabond, you just got OBS from Flatpak, had no problems, even if on Nobara. That's what that's almost certainly what I'll end up doing. It's mostly just going through the process of installing those extra plugins, because yeah, grabbing OBS from the Flatpak, great, super chill, but yeah, there's just a few extra things I want from it, namely NDI, which I'm not sure if it's bundled in with the Flatpak version. I need to check. I'm like somewhat in the middle of tinkering. This is a longer term thing that I'm working on just when I've got a few extra spare minutes. And yeah, then I need browser sources in there. Game capture, yes, I do want that, because then I can alternate between game capture and desktop. It's just a nice thing I like doing. And strictly speaking, on this PC, I don't actually need any encoders, because this one isn't actually doing any encoding, but that would be a nice fallback to have. So if there was like anything I needed to do to get the right encoders running, because sometimes, at least, it's one of the tricky things, because there's been so many different guides for Linux over the years and so many things change, so if you go back too far, then it's just no longer relevant. But yeah, the OBS version that came just baked into Nobara, and you just click the button during the welcome screen and install it. Fantastic. I think the only thing I added in was the directory watch media plugin, which is just the thing that allows me to randomize the videos that play on our Be Right Back screen.
Kill them all.
Just when he steps on Lego for every day for the rest of his life. Exceptional. Additional options, conditions, all of them. Alright, let's try this build just again. We were hitting 37 before. Is Power Mirage good in PvP without Spear? I'm not sure. I haven't played Mirage in PvP. Activate it. Number was higher though. Okay, because we're running a slightly gimped version because I don't want to deal with charge miss, but honestly it kind of really wants enhanced embodiment there. Okay, one more pull and then I might just move on to a different one. A little bit slow on the draw for a few things. But you know what? The gist of it's kind of there. $38. Nah, that's not worth it anymore. Because to simplify it, I could literally just do this. Geomancy Bursting, just change this to Torment. Oh, wrong set. Goofy goober.
Armored up.
Okay. Gives a bit of room on the desk to work. You know what? Just unequip it so I can't swap to it, so my muscle memory can't do it. No, just unequip. Go away. Where is it? There we go. Now we'll just reset our affinity. See that streamer blinked a weird way, must be cheating. You make him want to do this Condi thing. Oh, the Condi thing's like really, really good. Condi Conduit's still amazing. This version that will run, once I can actually get out of my old muscle memory, is just better than what I ran. Okay. Got a little bit screwy there, but it's fine. Look, I'm just camping the one weapon set now. And I can actually push this higher. So there we go. We're just under 40 there, and we don't have to swap weapons. And that one, even just the other day, we hit 41. I think the bench for this is actually like 45. So let's go again. See, I'm not swapping legends fast enough. Oh, we ran out of food as well. Got to fix that. Oh, did I toggle walk? I somehow did that. I wish I could use food from the bank. If they could make that change, that would specifically make me very happy. Oh, I should actually use a different skill there. Okay. Actually, no. Things should be a little bit different there. Because I actually extend the duration of my Cosmic Favor when I swap legends. So I need to actually activate Cosmic Favor sooner. I was trying to optimize it a bit, but I actually just made it far worse. We're actually... yeah, we're straight up just not swapping legends quick enough. Oh, well, one more. Dragon's End meta as a convergence CM as 50% hard mode content. I've been able to try it out when it was hard. That would be cool if they could go through and retune that as a convergence. And also if they could just make it, give it the rewards that it does, but in a convergence format, so you don't have to wait for the timer on it, I feel like would be really, really good. Pressing skills in the wrong order. The hardest thing about this build is that the skill order, it's not precise. You actually do have a priority list, but you have so little time to actually fit in your skills before you're meant to be swapping legends. So there we go, we're just about pulling 40. And that can go high because there's quite a few mistakes there. But that just even right there is easier. Curious what it'll be if I ran Spear, but you know what? Let's not bother. Let's try and run the power version. Just run the staff, sword option. And just let's see if I can up my numbers from what I had yesterday. That's power quickness. But damn, that thing's got a 40k bench. Yeah, we're just going to throw full Berserker's equipment notes. Oh, if you're struggling to maintain the buff from Aether, you can replace it with Thief. Let's try that. Just something different. Because then it sort of just breaks the need to actually use Beguiling Haze. Let's give it a shot. Just to see. I'm curious in terms of the build. Yep, that's fine. Okay. It's annoying that Mushroom doesn't actually refresh this. And then Rev kind of looks fun to play. You have a sequence and priority skills. It depends on the build. Some Rev builds have a bit more of a fixed rotation. Things like Renegade in particular does have quite a fixed rotation, but it's very smooth to play. Whereas the version of ConnorConCarne that I was doing there has much more of a priority list. And Power Conduit depends on the relic you're running. If you're running the Paether relic, which is the maximum DPS version, it's a bit fixed. If you're not, it's less fixed and more priority. So I'm going to try the simpler version now, just to see kind of where we land. Conduit is very fast-paced, much faster than other Rev builds. So it's one that's probably good to pick up down the track once you're a bit more familiar with the concepts of just Rev in general. But if you check out my YouTube channel, I've got a whole bunch of different Revenant build guides on there. Okay. Look, wrong skill. Things are getting a bit dicey there. Hang on. Control H, bring that up. Do I even touch Beguiling Haze? You know what? Pare this back. We've got good stuff to do in Shiro. Let's just step back, see what we can hit, and then start to push it a bit from there.
We must rise and return to the fight.
that was chill, relatively, and that was 38.2. Okay, let's add back in Beguiling Haze, because that's the skill we were missing because we're not running Pather. But let's see if that's actually a DPS increase. I kind of feel like it might be. I wish buying the expansion gave another character slot. You're still missing red, but don't want to drop 25 just for an additional slot. No, that's fair. It is nice though once you can at least have one of every class. It's a nice spot to be in. Okay. So let's add back in Pather. I'm just going to yeet my affinity. Okay. So I had a little bit of downtime there.
I have returned to find it inside.
That's 42. And then if we add Pather back in, like that's 42 just with the Thief Relic. So we're actually pretty chill in terms of when we have to actually use our Beguiling Haze. But yeah, we went from 38 all the way up to 42 just by actually bringing in Beguiling Haze. So Beguiling Haze is still very much worth it to use. But that means you don't actually have to care about the Pather Relic. Could even run the Eagle Relic as well, but let's... How do you even spell Pather? Awesome. We're going to take a quick break, go stretch our legs. Back in a jiffy. Spectre, in my humble opinion, is by far and away the best open world build that Thief has to offer. Not only can you grant yourself quickness and alacrity on top of a whole host of other boons, you also deal incredible damage, you're remarkably survivable, and you can solo all manner of difficult content in open world. So let's dive in with what has been my favourite build in Guild Wars 2 in quite a long time. Open World Condi Spectre. First up for our gear, we're going to be rocking a full set of Celestial gear in every slot with Runes of the Trapper for extra condition damage. For weapons, we'll mainly be using Spear, but on swap you can have a Scepter and Dagger if you want a fully ranged option to switch to when you need it. For sigils, we're going to be running Sigil of Torment and Doom on our Spear for extra condition damage. It's important to note the poison stacks you apply whenever you swap weapons with Sigil of Doom also apply when you enter and exit Shadow Shroud, so even if you're camping Spear, you'll still get value from it. On Scepter Dagger, I like running Sigil of Torment and Sigil of Geomancy, which will apply bleeding whenever we swap to it. This is a nice sigil to run because it doesn't share a cooldown with Sigil of Doom, so what you can do after exiting Shadow Shroud and triggering Sigil of Doom on Spear, you can then immediately swap to Scepter and trigger Sigil of Geomancy on there for a nice extra burst of condition damage.
For our relic, especially in open world, you want to be running Relic of the Chronomancer. This will grant you quickness whenever you use a well skill, not your allies, just on you. And with our trait setup, means you can grant yourself both quickness and alacrity on top of an absurd amount of other boons. For food, your best choice will be beef rendang for non-ascended food, or whatever version of cured meat flatbread you like. For utility, run tuning icicles. Now the main difference when you become a Spectre as the Thief is that your steel now gets replaced with Siphon, and you get access to Shadow Shroud, which functions very similar to any of the Necromancer shrouds you're all familiar with. So here you can build up Shadow Force, this bar above your skills, and as long as you have some, you can enter Shadow Shroud, use a new set of 5 skills, and when you take damage, it's your Shadow Force that takes the hit, not your health bar. Shroud 1 Haunt Shot is going to inflict torment on your target, and with our traits, it's going to grant might to yourself and nearby allies. Shroud 2 Grasping Shadows is going to inflict torment on your target as well as some cripple, and it's also going to remove conditions from yourself and nearby allies. Not to mention, it's also a blast finisher. And with our traits, it'll also grant ourselves and our team alacrity. And this is probably the most important skill you need to know about when you're in Shroud. Shroud 3 Dawn's Response will cause you to leap to the target area, grant barrier to yourself and your team, and will inflict fear on your target. It has a nice bit of extra CC, and with our traits, it'll also grant protection. Shroud 4 Eternal Night will simply inflict some poison, weakness, and chill, and you have an ally tethered, which is a particular Spectre mechanic. It'll also heal nearby allies. This is your next most important skill to use whenever you're in Shroud. Shroud 5 Mind Shock is a pretty loaded skill. It's a source of stability for yourself and your allies. It's a stun, and you'll also heal nearby allies. Not to mention, it's also a blast finisher. And with our traits, it's also going to grant ourselves and our allies Aegis. For our utility skills, due to running Relic of the Chronomancer, we're going to want to run as many wells as we comfortably can. Spectre well skills function a bit differently compared to other well skills in the game, in that these are ground targeted AoEs, which will cause you to teleport to your target location and then apply whatever effect they have around you. And it also gives you a good amount of mobility around whatever arena you find yourself in. You'll want to run Well of Gloom as your heal skill. It's a nice chunky heal, it heals over time and provides quickness because of Relic of the Chronomancer. Well of Sorrow is going to apply a ton of different conditions, namely torment, bleeding, and poison at your target location. This is a really important source of damage, so it's a fairly high priority. Well of Bounty is one of the highest value skills you possibly have on Spectre. While not doing any damage, it's going to pulse an insane number of boons on yourself and your team. We're talking stability, 8 stacks of might, fury, vigor, regen. This is truly a monumental amount of boons. This skill is incredibly important, do not remove this. For our final utility slot, you can kind of change this to whatever you want. My personal favorite though is to run haste, which is going to grant us quickness, fury, and swiftness, and it's also a stun break for good measure. While we do get quickness from our wells when paired with Relic of the Chronomancer, this is going to give us a nice little buffer in terms of quickness, and means we aren't entirely reliant on our wells to provide quickness. This also means we can freely swap out our elite skill to whatever we want, and we don't need to rely on using Shadowfall in order to upkeep quickness. So we can either run Thieves Guild if we want some extra damage, Basilisk Venom if we want some group break bar damage, or Shadowfall if we want another way to provide quickness to ourselves. And it's a nice way to group up mobs in open world. Feel free to swap out haste to whatever you want though, it's really up to you. Now for our trait lines, we're going to be taking Deadly Arts, Trickery, and Spectre. Deadly Ambition is going to give you some extra condition damage and let you inflict poison whenever you use a dual wield attack. It's going to be really important for your Scepter 3. Even the Odds is a specific trait change that I like to make for open world thief builds, where when you use your steal skill, you're going to grant yourself 5 stacks of might as well as inflict 10 stacks of vulnerability on your target. This will make it so you're able to reach 25 might much faster, and the 10 stacks of vulnerability on your enemy equate to 10% extra damage. So this is a big overall damage boost, especially when you're solo. Potent Poison is basically just here to grant yourself a lot of extra poison damage and make your poisons more effective. Thrill the Crime is going to grant us might, fury, and swiftness as well as to our allies whenever we steal. Bountiful Theft is going to steal boons from our target, grant ourselves and our allies vigor, and if our target has no boons, we're going to get some additional might. So once again, it's going to help us reach the might cap much faster, plus vigor is a nice thing to have. Deadly Ambush will make our steal apply bleeding and make our bleeding more effective. More bleeding is more damage, is more good. Second Opinion is going to convert some of our condition damage into healing power, which will also help our overall self-sustain. That's also going to grant us extra condition damage and give us extra condition damage on top of that when we are wielding a scepter. Traversing Dusk is a trait that I really enjoy. One, it's going to make all of our well skills heal us. We're running quite a few wells, so this is a good thing, but it's also going to grant us and our allies resistance. resistance. Resistance is incredibly handy and a very underrated boon to have access to. This is going to make it so you can completely ignore things like blind, chill, cripple, immobilize, a whole bunch of things that make your life much more inconvenient. Plus, the extra healing is great for keeping yourself alive. Now, for the final trait inspector, I personally really like running Shade Step. This is because it's going to make it so whenever we use a Shroud skill, it's going to grant us extra boons or provide other useful effects. The main benefit of this is that a Shroud 2 will now grant us and our allies Alacrity, which while Alacrity isn't hugely beneficial to Thief in general because...
And we're back. Welcome back, everyone. And Fermi, so who is Harold that you are heralding? I mean, that's the long-term goal of unraveling the channel lore in the same way that Silver Surfer is the Herald of Galactus. We'll have to find out who is Harold that we are heralding.
Use the console to begin combat testing. If you have any
Okay, so we hit 42. So now let's try. Yeah. This here.
That feels. I demand that you release me. I have returned to fight at your side.
Yeah, so we actually hit a bit lower there. That shouldn't be the case. I think it's because we actually just flubbed up the timing on our Paether Relic there, but Initial Burst started out higher, continued higher there. So realistically, the Paether Relic should be higher, but also it is specific. You do have to rely on the timing of it. And Herald was good, but now Power Creep, don't see many anymore. There's more quickness providers out there. It's now easier than ever to get a good quickness provider. Herald, it's definitely been power crept a bit. It's still incredibly good at how easy it is to provide boons. Power Conduit is like significantly higher damage, or Power Quickness Conduit is significantly higher damage. It sits at like a 40k bench or something compared to Herald, which I think is in the mid-30s or something, or Power Herald. Condi Quickness Herald is the... Oh, is it the better build? I don't know. One of the downsides of Herald is that it already has quite low DPS, and for you to bring stability, you have to lower your DPS by an even more significant margin to bring in Dwarf over Shiro. So then that becomes a bit meh when you could run something like Chrono. Well, let's run Eagle. I'm curious to see what we can do here. Respawn, okay. Conor refused to believe it. I mean, I've only got like 400 gold right now. That for me, we are very much on the low end of what we've been able to do. You're one ectogamber away from greatness. That's the case. I'm always one ectogamber away from greatness.
Demand that you release me.
So a quick little brain fart there, but that's okay. That's 40.6. I think our Thief version is actually just much more consistent. And we could actually start adding infusions to that as well to push that even higher. Respawn. And super, yeah, more power conduit testing, I see. Yes. Yeah, we've been trying a few different versions. We tried just running Thief Relic, not using Beguiling Haze. We got to like 38k and it was pretty chill. Started using Beguiling Haze, we pushed it to 42. Then we tried the Paether Relic. I think we actually flubbed the timing and we actually need to space out our Shadow Steps a bit more. Managed to hit 43k yesterday. I was pretty proud. Yeah, that's really solid. For a build that's as fast as this one is and has quite a few animation cancels to deal with. Comment sponsored by Tarkton and the Grand Slam Casino. Very true. So let's try just Thief. I think I have Thief on. I do. Okay. Made a little mistake there in the rotation.
Active fighting.
Actually, we're just going to redo that one. That was a bit dicey there. And yeah, I think a lot of the value from Herald just comes from the fact you can slap it in a group and just go, yep, we have quickness. There is nothing else for us to think about here. Don't need to worry about it. But yeah, a lot of the boons it does provide are typically provided by the uber stacked defensive supports. I think I'm satisfied. Going any high required proper time is cancelled, not fast enough for that. Yeah, and I think also this build is quite ping dependent as well. The swapping legend on Revenant is dependent on your ping, and because you are swapping so much here, depending on your ping is actually just going to be a bit of a hard limit. But for a build that's actually quite simple, hitting like low 40s, that's a really good number to be. When you consider you might have to sweat a bit on other DPS builds to reach high 30s, whereas here, if you're comfortably reaching 43, on a build that's quite simple to play, has a lot of mobility baked in, and relatively easily swaps over to a quickness build, it's not half bad. Okay, let's try and get a good number. I have to check what the actual rotation is, because I think I'm letting a few too many auto attacks in. So I feel like there I can probably just get away with one auto attack. Yeah, I can easily squeeze in just one auto attack. We can push that higher. Okay. Grab this. I'm not gonna do that. Or maybe I could just do Entity Stance and then Beguiling Haze into Twin Moon Sweep, I think. As well as Chilling Isolation, Auto Attack Chain, ×2, Death Strike. We can speed that up a bit. Twin Moon Sweep, release potential. An Auto Attack Chain. Yes, 2 Auto Attack Chains. Okay. Let's try a different opener. He says last pull, as it will almost certainly not be. Hang on, we can cheat. Just a bit. Oh, hang on. We were a bit delayed there. I should have actually delayed that ever so slightly. Or maybe I can get 2 in. Because it wasn't off cooldown, it broke the flow of the rotation. No. You know what? No, we're overcomplicating it. Or are we? Maybe it should just be... Cosmic Wisdom, Beguiling Haze, Beguiling Haze, Beguiling Haze. Yeah, still fine. At crazy, this is a 2 of 5 difficulty. Would rate it a 3. Yeah, I think it's a 2 out of 5 in terms of the concept of it. But yeah, the speed at which you need to actually do it to hit those numbers, it's quite easy to hit good numbers. Like, you can sort of bumble your way through this and hit 38, 39, and you'll be pretty happy. But then to push it into the 40s, it's a lot. And to get this to 52, that's a big jump. That is a big jump in DPS. No, starting number was like way too low there. Like a 38 there compared to a 45, that is way too low. So I think the much better way, especially, honestly, I think the Beguiling Haze opener, if you have high ping, is just like a nope. Which is totally fine. Sometimes we need to adapt our rotations for our ping. And that's okay. I think I actually cancelled a cast there. Yeah, see, we hit like a 47 there. We're starting to get to the point where we can be counting auto attacks now. I cancelled a cast there. Almost certainly. I'll go check the log. The good thing is this rotation loops perfectly. That's 42. That's pretty solid, and that's without infusions, which could add another few percent there. We'll wait until a log goes up, because yeah, I think we should see what shenanigans are going on there. I think what I'm actually doing, by the time I come back into Entity Sense, I do the initial burst of Beguiling Haze into Twin Moon Sweep, then Release Potential, Chilling Isolation back to Beguiling Haze. I'm pressing this second one too soon, and I'm actually cancelling Chilling Isolations. There's a key point in timing there that I'm not actually capturing, so let's take a bit of a looky-loo. Player summary, simple rotation. Control zoom in. Oh, okay, we can. And let's drag. Let's pop you over here, actually. Okay, so we're cancelling some auto attacks, is what it is. So Shackling Wave, then Death Strike, then that, then we're swapping. Relinquish Power, Preparation Thrust, so we're getting auto attack in, then we're doing Beguiling Haze, Twin Moon Sweep, Release Potential into Chilling Isolation. Into Beguiling Haze again. Oh, can I yoink the instant cast? Hide all instant cast. Yeah, let's hide that. And Remix, welcome in. You just got to this game again and got your Revenant to be Vindicator. Hell yeah, Vindicator's fantastic. You want to learn power DPS Lumi, and many thought power conduit rotation was fast, but Lumi, oh boy. Yeah, I'm finding that with a lot of the new specs as well. The rotations for them are really fast. Compared to something like Power Soul Beast. Power Soul Beast actually has a relatively slow rotation. Renegade as well, quite a slow rotation. The new ones, they've really upped the speed a bit, which that's actually a bit punishing if you're on higher ping. And if you had a copper, but every time I had Beguiling Haze in the past couple of days, you'd be set for life. Yeah, you could use it for that ecto gambling. Use that to generate even more money, because that's entirely how ecto gambling works. Okay, let's see. Instant cast skills. Okay. So we're using Beguiling Haze. We'll just call it BG. BG, auto attack chain, BG, and we've got a cancelled auto attack chain. So that's 0.12 of a second there, that's getting wasted. That's 0.12 of a second there, that's getting wasted. Thought we were gold grinding. Did we do that already? We're pretty late. We did a bunch of gold grinding. I need to actually go and process my fractal loot, because that will also give us a bunch of the gold as well. But we have actually made a reasonable amount of gold today as well. But yeah, now we did a bit of a segue. Now we've gone back to grinding out conduit on the golem. We were able to This is the Thief Relic version, so it doesn't rely on you upkeeping the Pather uptime perfectly, so it's easier to play. And yeah, we're hitting quite comfortably 42 there, which is pretty solid, and the burst damage is great. Like, this in isolation is a really good DPS number. It's just that the benchmark for this build is like 52. So we have legit another 10k that we can go. And what might actually be good, actually, we can actually do a bit of a comparison. Let's pull up the actual log. Did you check if improper Pather uptime is better than good Thief uptime? I haven't checked. Like, I haven't compared the log. I need to probably run it again because I have no idea what that log is. But the comment on the build page is that if you struggle with the timing of Pather, use Thief. Okay, so it's mine. Okay, back to display. So here's the actual log. So they're pulling 51 here. Player summary, simple rotation, hide all instant cast. See, there's like almost no cancelled skills here. So let's see. It's going to be a bit hard because like they do their initial one here. Definitely learn Power Lumi. Love the aesthetic so much and Rating Forge just so satisfying. Oh, the hammer is insanely satisfying. Say if we can get to, maybe if we show our first loop, our first two legends, and let's compare. So by the time they cycle through two legends, they are at 10.4 seconds. Okay, that's actually not really that relevant. I'm at 9. But let's actually kind of read what's going on here. Okay, so they're doing their opener here. I find that doesn't really work particularly well for me. Reminds you of Weave Self and Weave, where pressing it and doing normal loop was better than taking it differently, even if you didn't learn the Weave Self bursts. Yeah, it feels very much like that. Is Hammer Rev used like at all? World versus World. It's used a ton in World versus World. So this is the actual log. So when they get into Entity Stand... No, this is Shiro. Doing Chilling Isolation, Release Potential, Auto Attack Chain, Death Strike, Shackling Wave, and Release Potential, Auto Attack Chain, Release Potential again. Then they're going into Entity, Beguiling Haze, into Twin Moon Sweep, Release Potential. Okay, yeah, they are straight up just doing. Yeah, it's basically only a World vs. World weapon. There is like a Hammer Camping Revenant build that will hit, I think, somewhere in the low 30s for DPS. Like, it's there. Like, honestly, you could probably bring it in some groups and out DPS a sizable portion of people. But yeah, there's better weapons. Also, I find Hammer just doesn't feel good to use. So they're in 2 auto attack chains, and then Beguiling Haze 22. So they're actually doing 2 there. Yeah, for camping you camp swords instead. Yeah, like swords, it's no more difficult, really. Yeah, in PvE the range of hammer doesn't get used, and honestly, for a ranged weapon, I take short bow because it feels better. We're doing Chilling Isolation, Release Potential 2, auto attack chains. We can try and practice this. So it's Death Strike, Shackling Wave, into Chilling Isolation. Then an auto attack chain, and they're cancelling like an auto attack chain. It was 40 milliseconds there, 40 milliseconds down. This is like pretty tight. Okay, so that is looping basically perfectly. The symmetry here is good, and they just threw in a quick Gladiator's Defense here for good measure to, I think, try and hit a slightly higher number. Okay. So a few things we are doing. We are getting the full aftercast on Release Potential, whereas they are not. So if you look at ours here, that took 1 second, well, 1.08 seconds. Okay, that's like 9.5. It's not that much more. Like mine is slightly more. Oh, Jesus, why did that happen? In you get your goblin. So that's theirs, and here's mine. So a few things. This is looking a bit all over the place. Is Hammer on Rev the least fun PvE weapon at the moment? It's definitely up there. It definitely makes me really sad to play it. It's just... And it's meh. Warrior Rifle Greatsword. Greatsword, I think, is still reasonably fun to play. Yeah, see, what's happening... Like here, I let a full auto attack, almost a full auto attack chain get in before I used Chilling Isolation. Then I did 2 chains, then I did that combo and it was fine. Here I let another attack in, so I need to learn to count to 3, full cast. Then I let another attack slip in. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. And that's good. I actually didn't really cancel any Chilling Isolation, so that's good. So I can kind of actually tighten up the timing there. Then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I cancelled a cast here. That's fine. And then, yeah, I'm letting an attack get in here. Like right here, I let 3 attacks in. And here, I let 2. That's actually where I'm struggling the most. I need to really just tighten up the muscle memory after I immediately swap legends. Because there's obviously some full aftercast things here that I'm not cancelling. But we're doing Beguiling Haze into Twin Moon Sweep, into Chilling Isolation, then Beguiling Haze again. And then we should be doing 2 auto attack chains. We're kind of doing 1 and a bit. And then we're doing Beguiling Haze into there. So the order is somewhat right, but this is the part that's really throwing me. It's this bit here. It's where I literally let in a full auto attack chain, almost. So I think actually using the 2 auto attack chains there, it's actually allowing Sword 2 Chilling Isolation to come fully off cooldown, because I think what I'm doing, because I'm swapping too soon, I'm then having downtime here where I could be just flowing straight into Chilling Isolation, then release Potential Assassin. Is this a DPS variant in the build? Yeah, it is, and we're running Thief Relic now, and we're hitting like 42k. Okay. I'm not going to do the spamming Beguiling Haze opener because it makes me a bit sad. I don't know why I did a little jump there, it was weird. What are you 1.4? It's so weird here. Playing the correct rotation with minimal stakes can add up to a 20 to 30% DPS loss in this game, and that's very true. But I think also one of the key things is it's not just the minimal mistakes; it's doing them slower. I think the biggest issue is speed for the most part. So let's compare this now. It's literally not pressing buttons quick enough. So let's hide all instant cast. So a few things here. So we had a full auto attack get in here. And then we did that. That was fine. This was mostly fine. We cancelled a cast here. Then we have a full auto attack and then a cancelled one. The cancelled one especially is just wasting time. And then we're doing that. We got the full cast there, so I actually need to start spamming my auto attack, I think. And here I should have just done 3 of these, maybe cancelled the 4th. So I let a full auto attack chain get in here. So again, I'm not pressing skills fast enough. Auto attack here, so I didn't actually use Beguiling Haze quick enough. So this could actually be an issue with my keybinds. I could optimize them more for this. Yeah, the APM required is insane, especially in some specific builds. Really like Luminary kind of scared to test on the Golem, just because of the spammy playstyle. I mean, yeah, certain builds do have really high APM, like Scourge has really high APM. This honestly has really high APM. And also, where in the rotation you kill a Golem has massive impact on the final number, even if overall you're doing pretty similar to the benchmark. Yeah, and you often see people on the Golem, they will do a very different, last little burst to really finish it off at a good point. But yeah, so we're letting auto attack slip in there, so I'm swapping legend, and then I'm not using my next skill quick enough. That's a big problem. The auto attack chain, this part's fine. Then this should be 1 auto attack chain. Then here, auto attack chain comes in. 2 auto attack chains, I cancel. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I let another auto attack and cancel the next, so it's almost 3 chains. That's fine. Auto attacks, yep. And this is fine. This is closer to fine, but still pretty rough. Then that's fine. Here I didn't do enough. So then I had more leaked in auto attacks. This is fine. This is a bit better here. Leaked in auto attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then a full 7. So not quite as quick as it could be. Leaked auto attack. Another leaked auto attack. 1, 2, 3. Not a full auto attack chain. Yep, that's fine. Almost perfect. Getting there. Then we get down here. Auto attack chain, but it's cancelled. Yep, that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not fast enough again. 1 cancelled, so it's wasted damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. That's fine, close to right. So yeah, we're not quick enough. The general structure is there, but the big thing is we are just letting damage slip away by letting these auto attacks slip in, because I really should be instantly swapping. Hang on, I need to actually try and get used to this. So it might even be I just stand here and go and try and actually find the timing here. But I think also because this might actually be a hard limitation for my ping. Because I can press the button to swap and then use the skill, so you might be able to hear it. So I'm going to swap legend and then immediately use the skill that I should be. It doesn't register because I have ping. And I have higher pings. This might just be a case where like what I'll do now is I'll legend swap and Beguiling Haze. Like, I press the buttons in the right order, but for me to actually get the delay, you might have been able to hear that. So now let's go. So it's not like bam bam, like legend swap, skill, bam bam. It's more like bam bam. That's the actual difference there that I'm dealing with. So, bam, bam. It's a bit hard to actually quantify compared to if I do bam, bam. It doesn't work. Because I think it's because the legend swap might be server side and the actual skills might be client side. Yeah, but in some practice, 80% is doable for most people, I guess. Oh yeah, definitely. If I was to just compare K-Calc, yeah, like 42 divided by 52. We're on literally 80% there, and then I could throw in the actual right relic, which will probably up my damage even more. Let's do another quick round. Okay. Now we're actually spacing out our skills a bit better. Hang on, let's check. No. Hang on. That felt clunky. It's going to change this slightly. So I'm having to really spam buttons as soon as I swap. Oh, I didn't activate Shiro, shit. But that was actually pretty good. Our numbers there are actually higher. I think we can push this. We're getting there. Oh, wrong.
We must rise and return to the fight.
Oh, I did the wrong thing again. No, I'm going to the wrong legend. Okay, I'm actually going to have to really think about this first step. So I keep thinking I'm going to Shiro, but I'm going to Raza. Oh, getting in our head about it. Okay. You know what? For the opener, let's just press buttons methodically, and then we can start going into pressing things quickly. There we go. I can hear some auto attacks leaking in. Oh, didn't activate. The good news is though, initial burst actually got higher. We were sitting at 47, we've now gone to 48.3. And then we were sitting at like 43 there, so number is going up. move respawn. This is just my stubbornness kicking in at this point, but you know what? We're here for it. It's part of the journey, how we going on food. Okay. Gotta get in the zone. I didn't activate impossible odds at the right time and pressed the button, but because of our ping, we didn't accommodate. I just want to see if I can push this past 42. That's what I want. Wrong. This becomes a lot of pinching after a while. You gotta just, honestly, if you can like nail the opener of a build, you will be higher DPS than most just by doing that. Just by doing the opener, filling time with good skills and repeating the opener when it's next convenient, you will do like decent damage. Cancelled it. Like honestly, if I cancel a skill, it's just kind of washed. The good news is, though, we now know conceptually what we need to do. So now it becomes a matter of the execution of finding the exact right timing for our ping. Good. There we go. That's it. 44.7. I think we can give ourselves a little bit of charity there and we can round that up to 45. Whew. And how welcome in insane DPS, how hard's the rotation? Conceptually, easy. Practically, difficult. Because it's very fast. And even, I pulled, we're all going to agree and say that's 45. The benchmark for this is 52. So yeah, if I did a quick calc. What's if we're at, we'll be generous at 44.7. If I actually go 51, because the benchmark's actually 51, but that's 87% of the bench there. And with infusions, we can probably push that to 90. But if I grab the actual build for that, we'll check our actual log there. That will go there. But yeah, basically what you're doing, I'm doing a slightly different opener here because I can't pull off this opener with my ping. But you're going to Assassin Stance, Impossible Odds, Chilling Isolation. So you're going 2, F2, auto-attacking for a bit, 5-4, 2, auto-attack, F2. You just have that chain, and this chain here, you're basically sticking these two chains together. They're quite simple because you're using your teleport, Beguiling Haze, your elite, F2, 2, using your Beguiling Haze. I should have had Cosmic Wisdom here. Oh well. But yeah, you're using Beguiling Haze 3 times, Chilling Isolation once. It's conceptually, it's chill. It's pretty easy. It's just the sheer speed at which you have to do it. It doesn't let up. So it's quite easy to play. The burst damage is really, really good because, yeah, we just pulled a 49.6 on our very first number there, which was solid. So if we take a look at our actual player summary, simple rotation, hide instant cast. So a few things that are going wrong here. There are far less auto attacks getting slipped here. I'm losing 0.15 of a second every single time I swap, basically, except we actually did much better on our Beguiling Haze, initial one here. There was no leaked auto attack here. There was none here, and none here, and then none here. So that's solid. There's actually far less than what we've been dealing with, so we're getting closer to the rhythm that we need. Then auto attack chain, Beguiling Haze, cancelled one here. So this is just me literally not pressing the buttons fast enough. And auto attack chain, yep, that's fine. Auto attack chain, not fast enough here. And that's actually, aside from this little doohickey here, this run here was perfect. And then I could have cancelled that a bit more. I'm always getting the full aftercast on that. I need to figure out how to cancel it. But honestly, no. If I want to see myself hit a slightly higher number, I will just throw some power infusions on here. I'll actually run the right gear. I'm not sure how much of a... I'm not sure how much of a difference the extra bit of dragons makes. I think it might actually make a bit of a difference because you get more ferocity. And then in those benchmark videos, most time they precast almost anything. If I try it, you just interrupt the previous skill. I guess that's why they do 47k and you can do 43, 44. One of the tricks is you sort of figure out what skills you can precast and what ones you can't. Some skills will just interrupt and override others. But honestly, if you're doing, even on the low end, 43k on a 47k bench, 43 to 47, that's 91% of the bench. And if you don't have infusions, that's insane. I think if you are pulling 80% of a DPS rotation, then you sort of understand the rotation. That's just a matter of speed and precision. And at that point, I consider that to be where you know a build and you're fine for basically all content. It may only be things like Sarah CM where you actually need a little bit more DPS to really get the value from it. But that's fine. You're pulling 90, that's totally fine. 90 is the point where I would just usually stop and say, yep, I know this build, I'm going to go move on and touch some grass. And Mr. Cat, thank you for sharing your experience with Guild Wars 2. Thank you. Any recommendations for which meta you should do in EOD or just do them all? Generally do them all. You'll start in Saitung, then you'll move to New Kaineng, then you'll do the Junkyard meta in Ekvar Wilds. Is it Aspenwood? I can't quite remember. Then you'll go to Dragon's End and then it repeats. I rarely see any conduits in your groups. How realistic is that DPS in fights? Honestly, quiet. Yeah, they're chained one after the other, so you just flow from one to the other, basically. There's entire meta chains that will go through there. At the very least, if you don't do a Dragon's Den, do Saitung into New Kaineng and then the Echowild meta, and that would be pretty good. Yeah, join Void Lounge Run to see more than you care for. Yeah, this, hitting the 51k benchmark on this build, almost every player will not do it in the fight. Because it's the same with any DPS build. You won't hit the benchmark numbers on a fight because other things are happening. But it was very, very easy for me. I played quite a lot of Rev, so it was super easy for me to hit 41. I did that in a few pulls, and then it's just a matter of muscle memory. I had to really start sweating to push this to, you know, we're going to say 45 there. But you get like real diminishing returns. You'll put in like a little bit of effort and you'll get like 80%, maybe even like 85% of the benchmark. And then you have to put in drastically more to actually hit, you know, 90, 95, Lord knows 100% of the benchmark. Oh, it's been hard getting into the Deadeye rifle rotation after a year of inactivity for you. I mean, you're not wrong. The Deadeye rotation is difficult. The Deadeye rotation has notoriously been one of the more fiddly ones to do in Guild Wars 2. That is not an easy build under any circumstance. And like this build here, I find this build, it depends a bit on the boss. Like if you have a boss that's pretty stationary, you're going to have a pretty good time. Although this does have some mobility. One of the big skill points for this build is the fact you can't snap target Beguiling Haze. You actually have to aim it. So you can't just spam it, you actually need to place it a bit, and that's going to slow you down even more on an actual encounter. Just those that little like half a second where you're like, okay, where's the boss? Is here, okay, it's over here, and then yeah, that little decision compared to just lobbing it at your feet every time, that adds a bit more time for you to deal with. Let us see. Who else is on today? Oh, good to see Annie's absolutely blasting it. +1 to rotation muscle memory woes. Also returning out to try Evoker. They're open world casual and you'll get there eventually. Yeah, that's absolutely right. If I don't pick up a build for a while, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, I will need some time to get the muscle memory back. Everyone will. And it can just take me a few hours to get back there. And even in just probably the hour that we've spent on the golem here, we did hit a point where the muscle memory was there and we're starting to go quickly and we're not getting those auto attacks slipping in. But let's go just quickly process some of this fractal loot just to generate a ton of gold, because that was the main point of tonight's stream. Let's grab all these out.
Statistically speaking, this is rather rare.
So all deposit, I can process the rest of this later. What's the fastest way to get a flying mount? It seems like it's hard to get no matter which way you choose. I mean, the quickest way to get a flying mount, and the word flying is doing a bit of heavy lifting, but would be to go to Visions of Eternity and get the upgraded skimmer, because that is the... It's very close to a flying mount, and it's very small time investment as well, compared to getting the Skyscale or Griffin. Griffin, you have to complete the Path of Fire story, then do a collection and drop 250 gold, I'm pretty sure it is not nothing. But if I was to... Let's just go out to Lion's Arch. Oh, good news is our game has been nice and stable, actually, just running only Arc, so that's good. That's very, very nice to see. Now let's drag this back down. No one needs to see that now. Yeah, it's still able to fly pretty well. Like, you need a bit of a run-up to get things going. Just wait for my skimmer there to kick in, or the map to load in. It's like, you know, we can do this on skimmer. So, like, that's not bad flying. You can get that really quick Vision of Eternity, but yeah, if you want Sky Scale, the quickest way is going to be through Secrets of the Obscure. That's just a quicker way for you to get that. Living World Season 4 is the longest way, it's also the most expensive. If they keep upgrading a mount with every expansion, which mount would you want to get a buff next? Either Raptor? Yes, that's a bit spicy there. Yeah, Raptor.
There's the power.
No, Raptor or Springer, I think, is the one that's kind of left behind the most. Raptor has the distinct honor of being the first mount that people get, and you know, people will get a Raptor mount just basically for free. Whereas Springer, you do have to go a little bit out your way for. So I feel like a bit of a rework to Springer would be the most useful. Giving some love to Jackal as well. I think Springer and Jackal are the ones that need the most. Raptor's, honestly, it's really good. And people get it for free, so it's a good taste. I'm quite happy for Raptor to be a bit of a, maybe a lower tier one, because it's the taste tester, the appetizer to the mount system. I mean, Jackal's still, like, good. It's very agile, though. That's actually one of the nice things about it compared to Warclaw and Raptor. Like, it's super agile. And it's got, like, an evade here, so it's not going to get you in combat, so that's really nice. Let's go tee up this raid now. Hell yeah, we're going to head on out to Fireball Annie tonight. So yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out with us. It has been utterly fantastic. And Springer has having a hard time since competing with Skyscale. Yeah, like Skyscale it directly competes against. You can do a very nice thing actually, where you can charge up your jump and then press dismount just before the bar empties and you'll get flung off at height. So you can use that to go into Skyscale, which is super good. And then do that. And then just basically Griffin from anywhere. So that's really, really nice. So it does have a use, but I would like to see Springer get a rework. But yeah, we're going to be back tomorrow on Jess's channel streaming Expedition 33, which we're both super excited for. We've been having a wonderful time playing that. And then we're coming back on Wednesday with some more Guild Wars 2 shenanigans. Probably do a bunch of World vs. World on top of our raids on NA as well, because it's going to be the World vs. World Rush, I believe, or at least that's coming up very soon. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, looking forward to that. We're going to go get ready for bed now. Got a big day lined up tomorrow. So you will take care, team, and we'll see you all maybe tomorrow night on Jess's stream, or Wednesday on ours, and cheers. Hello there.
Hello there.
I see that you're tired of having to switch characters, wishing that you could be blasting through content, farming loot, and dropping infusions. All you want to do is play the game, but worry no more. Today, I bring you the class that can do it all. With a single build, we have the perfect healer for every situation. And when you pair it with our last build, the Power Boon Chronomancer, you end up with something truly special. It's time, my friends, for Heal Chronomancer. Welcome back, everyone. I've been playing Heal Chronomancer extensively for the last few months, and it is truly the single most flexible healer that I have ever played. It isn't even a competition. With a single trait change, we can go straight from providing quickness right into providing alacrity. And when you pair this with the last build that we covered, the Power Boon Chronomancer, you can have access